Chapter 1443. Song Qingshu grabbed Huang Rong's shoulder, and the two quickly sneaked in. They didn't meet anyone along the way. They couldn't help but be secretly shocked. It should be known that the Shen family was a famous family in Shanin. There should be a lot of maids and servants in the mansion. After entering the garden for so long, it was really abnormal that they didn't meet anyone. Song Qingshu looked up and found that the whole Shen garden was dark. Only a small courtyard had light, so he quietly went over with Huang Rong. They saw a group of black-clothed masked people in a big circle. In the middle, a group of maids and servants fell together. The air was filled with the smell of blood. After Huang Rong was pregnant, she was prone to nausea. When she saw this scene, she only felt that her chest and abdomen were overturned. Song Qingshu was worried that the movement of her vomiting would alarm the people inside. He hurriedly took her hand and transferred his internal force to her. Only then did she feel better. The two hid in a big tree next to the courtyard. Looking inside through the lush branches, it seemed that there were still people alive in the Shen garden. They saw a middle-aged couple kneeling in a pool of blood, shivering, and in front of them stood a man wearing a green mask with fangs. It could be seen that the man should be young, but the mask was too tightly covered, so it was impossible to see his facial features. However, this was not what surprised Song Qingshu the most. The most surprising was the middle-aged couple kneeling in a pool of blood. If he was not mistaken, the middle-aged man should be the palace hall's imperial censor, Shun Yan. He had met him once in the court in Linnan. Although there was no deep friendship, Song Qingshu still recognized him at a glance with his photographic memory. I heard that the Shen family's young lady disappeared some time ago. Shen Yan was sad and requested to return to his hometown to recuperate. I didn't expect to encounter such a disaster. Song Qingshu was secretly shocked. Just who were these men in black? They even dared to touch the imperial censor. It must be known that although the rank of the imperial censor was not high, he held great power in his hands. He could impeach hundreds of officials and could be considered as the emperor's eyes. On the other hand, in the past, the imperial censor had always used the imperial censor to impeach the other party. Therefore, the imperial censor had always been the target of many influential officials. It seemed that the men in black wanted to destroy the Shen family. Once the situation of the Shen family was discovered after dawn, it would definitely cause an uproar in the southern Song dynasty. At that time, the emperor would be furious and order a thorough investigation. This group of men in black knew the serious consequences but still dared to do it. Obviously, they had nothing to fear. Suddenly, a few black-robed men ran into the yard from all directions and knelt in front of the masked man. "Master, we didn't find that thing." These men in black all said the same thing. Song Qingshu and Huang Rong looked at each other and were secretly shocked. They didn't know what they were looking for. The masked man with the green face and fangs looked back at Shen Yan, who was kneeling in a pool of blood. He said in a low, muffled voice, "These years, I often come to Shen Garden to play. It can be said that I know every inch of the garden like the back of my hand. Unfortunately, I still can't find the whereabouts of the deer-cutting knife. Therefore, I have been guessing that you should have hidden the knife in a secret place that no one can find." Hearing the conversation in the house from afar, Song Qingshu had a strange expression. Why did the deer-cutting knife come out? Wasn't it the mandarin duck knife? Don't tell me this masked man is Xiao Yaoho? However, Song Qingshu quickly denied this guess. Although this man was wearing a mask, he could see that he was very young. In addition, his figure was a bit familiar. He had a feeling of déjà vu. Unfortunately, when he spoke, he deliberately changed his voice, making it difficult for him to confirm the identity of this person. Shen Yan scolded, "You really have the ambition of a wolf. All these years, you have been coming to Shen Garden with evil intentions. It's a pity that I realized it too late. I originally wanted to give the knife to the Crown Prince, thinking that I could send that disaster away. I didn't expect to still fall into your trap." It seems that Shen Yan and this masked man know each other. Huang Rong whispered. Song Qingshu nodded. He thought that Shen Yan let his daughter enter the capital to choose the crown prince's wife. Now it seemed that it was to get rid of that hot potato. As the saying goes, an ordinary man is innocent, but a treasure is a crime. Listening to Shen Yan's breathing, Song Qingshu knew that he was a lamp without oil. Now, he was only relying on the anger in his heart to support himself. The masked man sneered. Shen Yan, that's why I said you are old and confused. You want to give the knife to the crown prince. Do you think Prince Yi will agree? Shen Yan was startled, and his face instantly showed remorse. The deer cutter knife. The Qin dynasty lost its deer, and the whole world chased it. The Mandarin duck knife is said to contain the secret of invincibility in the world. So whether it is called the deer cutter knife or the Mandarin duck knife, do you think Prince Yi will allow such a thing to fall into the hands of the crown prince? The masked man said in a very strange tone, Your daughter's name is not good. Shen Bijuan. A treasure is a crime. Shen Yan said with annoyance, Prince Yi and the crown prince are fighting for the throne in the future. Naturally, he will not allow such a thing to fall into the hands of the crown prince. Song Qingshu also nodded secretly. Even if the Mandarin duck knife did not have the effect of invincibility, the name alone had enough symbolic meaning. Falling into the hands of the crown prince was equivalent to the fate of the crown prince. Of course, Prince Yi could not tolerate this situation. So the disappearance of Bijuan was caused by Prince Yi. Shen Yan suddenly came to his senses and said with gritted teeth. Huang Rong sighed faintly. It is really not a blessing for the country to fight for the throne between brothers. Guojing was dedicated to the country, and Huang Rong naturally hoped that the court would be more stable. The disturbance of the fight for the throne would affect every citizen of the Song dynasty. Before Song Qingshu had time to answer, the masked man had already shook his head and said, Forget it. For the sake of our friendship over the years, I will let you know the truth. Prince Yi did organize experts to rob and kill your daughter's convoy, but when they arrived, your daughter had already disappeared. Really? Shen Yan was pleasantly surprised. Previously, he had been distressed about his daughter being robbed and had cursed the 18 generations of the robber's ancestors. But now, he found out that the other party had indirectly saved his daughter's life. It was really a blessing in disguise. The masked man had been staring at his reaction. Upon hearing this, he sneered and said, You don't have to put on an act. There are many strange things about your daughter's disappearance. According to my conjecture, it's very likely that it's a self-directed play to hide the deer-cutting knife from the world. Tell me, where is the deer cutter? Shen Yan looked at the garden that was like purgatory on earth, and couldn't help but smile sadly. Now that things have come to this, even if I really know the whereabouts of the deer cutter, do you think I will tell you? His tone was so sad that it could be said that anyone who saw it would be sad, and anyone who heard it would cry. The masked man sneered, If you tell me, I can still give you a quick death. If not. He paused and looked at Madame Shen. To be able to give birth to such a great beauty like Shen Bijuan, your wife must have been a peerless beauty when she was young. Even now, she is still beautiful. My men are trained every day, and each of them is a strong man. Your wife lives like a princess, and she may not be able to withstand the ravages of everyone. As soon as his voice fell, the surrounding men swallowed their saliva one after another, and their eyes began to emit a green light. Shen Yan trembled with anger. This official is a dignified imperial censor. The court will not let you go. What does a small imperial censor count for? The masked man snorted disdainfully. What's more, we can push everything to the person who kidnapped Shen Bijuan. Who will be able to find us? You! Shen Yan angrily pointed at him, a trace of despair flashing in his eyes. I will give you one last chance. The masked man's voice turned cold. Where is the deer cutter? I have said it countless times, the deer cutter and Bijuan were both kidnapped. Shen Yan shouted hoarsely, but unfortunately, the other side did not believe him. I didn't expect that in your heart, the deer cutter is more important than your wife. Since that is the case, don't blame me for being impolite. The masked man gave a meaningful look, and the men all grinned as they surrounded Madame Shun. You are a group of beasts. Shen Yan was so angry that his hair stood on end. Unfortunately, there was nothing he could do. How could Madame Shun block a group of burly men? Although she struggled with all her might, her hands and feet were quickly held down by one of the men. Another man reached out to her chest and belt. Huang Rong could not bear it any longer. She tore off 2 book covers and used the divine flicking finger technique to shoot them out. The group of black-clothed men were hit and fell to the ground. Who? The masked man suddenly turned around. The rest of the black-clothed men all looked toward the tree. At this point, Song Qingshu knew that there was no need to hide. Grabbing Huang Rong's shoulder, the 2 of them jumped down from the tree and landed in the courtyard. It's you? Seeing the appearance of the 2, the masked man was somewhat frightened. Why are you here? Oh, you recognize me? Song Qingshu thought that his previous feeling was not an illusion. It seemed that he really did know this person. Shen Yan, who was at the side, also saw his appearance and excitedly called out, Prince Qi. Song Qingshu's figure flashed and appeared at his side. Imperial Censor Shen, I'm late. He checked the other's pulse and found that Shen Yan was like a lamp that had run out of oil and could die at any moment. No. Shen Yan was barely able to hold on by relying on the anger in his heart. Now that he saw Song Qingshu appear, a large stone in his heart fell to the ground. As soon as he relaxed, he felt endless exhaustion hit him, and he could not even speak clearly. Kill him for me. The masked man gave the order, taking the lead in a charge. The black-clothed men received their master's order, and one after another pulled out their long sabers and rushed over. Who knew that just as the masked man took a step forward, his figure would suddenly retreat and escape from the courtyard at a speed faster than when he came. Seeing this, Song Qingshu and Huang Rong were both stunned. The black-clothed men rushed too quickly and did not realize that they had become their master's abandoned pawns. They still rushed toward Song Qingshu with a murderous look on their faces. Seeing the purgatory scene in the Shen garden, Song Qingshu's heart was already filled with anger. Knowing that these people were murderers, he no longer showed any mercy. With a wave of his hand, the scattered weapons of the Shen garden guards floated into the air. Then, they rapidly rotated to form a storm of sabers and swords, instantly reaping the lives of the group of black-clothed men. Song Qingshu didn't stop. He stomped his foot and rushed toward the masked man. He wanted to make the culprit pay with blood. Chapter 1444. Song Qingshu's eyes narrowed. These steel needles were fast and dense, somewhat similar to the legendary pear blossom storm needles. Although Huang Rong's martial arts were not bad, these hidden weapons were too ruthless. He did not dare to take the slightest risk and hurriedly changed his route. Using imminent skyline, he took a step forward and appeared in front of Huang Rong. At this moment, the cluster of terrifying steel needles was about to hit him. Song Qingshu hurriedly released his inner force and set up a layer of qi wall in front of him, blocking the cluster of steel needles. Even with Song Qingshu's current cultivation, he couldn't help but let out a muffled groan. The momentum of the steel needle was too great. Even with his strong qi wall, it was almost pierced through. Although he was hastily prepared, he hadn't felt this kind of feeling for a long time. No wonder there is a rumor that the pearflower storm needles are good at breaking internal energy. Many top martial artists have been killed by this insidious hidden weapon. If I hadn't learned how to use softness to overcome hardness from my Grand Master, I might have been injured by this hidden weapon. Song Qingshu secretly clicked his tongue. Go after him, don't let him get away. Huang Rong hurriedly pointed in the direction of the masked man. She had seen the miserable state of Shen Yuan, and she hated the man to the bone. Okay. Song Qingshu had the same idea, so he didn't have time to say anything to Huang Rong. He quickly ran in the direction of the masked man. Although the masked man had delayed him twice, Song Qingshu was confident that with his lightness skill, it wouldn't be difficult to catch up with him. As expected, he soon saw the back of the masked man. Song Qingshu was about to run out of Shin Garden's gate and chase after him when a familiar voice suddenly came from the street. "Cousin, isn't it inappropriate for us to come here in the middle of the night? I feel that Bijuan's disappearance is a bit strange, and Shin Yuan is a bit mysterious. It's better to come and investigate." Another elegant voice came. Oh no. Song Qingshu recognized the voices of Lu Wushuang and Qing Ying. They happened to be blocking the path of the masked man. Song Qingshu heard two cries of surprise. When he reached the door, he found Lu Wushuang and Qing Ying being strangled by the masked man. Their faces were red. In reality, with Lu Wushuang and Qing Ying's martial arts, especially Qing Ying's martial arts, they wouldn't have been captured in an instant. The main reason was that the two women hadn't expected a master to suddenly appear, and Qing Ying's mind was filled with thoughts about Shin Bijuan, so she wasn't prepared. As a result, the masked man captured them in one move. Let them go. Song Qingshu did not dare to act rashly. No matter how fast his Qin Gong was, the other party only needed a pinch of his finger to kill the two ladies. Brother Song? Seeing Song Qingshu's appearance, Lu Wushuang cried out in disbelief. The panic on her face faded a little. Qing Ying also saw Song Qingshu. At first she was happy. After all, she had fallen into the hands of evil people for no reason. She didn't know what to do. Song Qingshu's appearance gave her a ray of hope. But suddenly, she couldn't help but think of what happened in her cousin Qing Yaojia's room. She blushed. She didn't know how to face this man. These two cousins both had their own secret. At the same time, they were afraid that the other party would find out. Their expressions were a bit strange. There was a touch of shame and fear on their faces. The masked man seemed to be experienced in love affairs. He could tell that the two women had a special relationship with Song Qingshu. "Don't come over, or I'll kill them." Song Qingshu snorted. "You can't escape." The masked man laughed. "That's not necessarily true." "Really? If they are injured, you won't be able to live either." Song Qingshu sneered. "From the situation in the garden just now, I can tell that you are of noble status. You let your subordinates die to buy time for you to escape. This proves that you value your life very much. So, I have reason to believe that you won't be willing to die with them." The masked man laughed. "That's right. I really don't want to die with them. But are you willing to let them die with me? I just gave them the fire pill and the 99 pill. The medicine is about to take effect." The fire pill and the 99 pill. Song Qingshu was shocked. "You are from the Isle of Heroes?" The masked man was also stunned. "How did you know?" The Isle of Heroes was mysterious. There were even fewer people who knew about the fire pill and the 99 pill. How did the masked man guess his identity? However, this was not the time to think about this. He quickly said, "Since you have heard of these two poisons, you should know that there is no antidote for this poison. It can only be neutralized with the internal energy of yin and yang. Otherwise, you will die immediately. Do you want to chase after me or save them? Make your choice." After saying that, he no longer held the two women hostage. He directly pushed them towards Song Qingshu and took advantage of the situation to fly away. He was very sure that the masked man would not give up the lives of the two women to chase after him. However, the smile on his face soon froze. He saw a figure flash, and Song Qingshu was already in front of him. "Surnamed Song, although your martial arts are high, I'm afraid it won't be easy for you to deal with me in a short amount of time. I'm afraid those two girls would have died more than twice before you captured me." The masked man was somewhat angry from embarrassment. Song Qingshu knew that he was telling the truth. Although this man did not have the demeanor of a master and ran away as soon as he saw him, his martial arts were actually very good. He was even better than Zhang San and Li Si combined. Are you Zhao De or Qian Er? Among the messengers of the island of chivalry, the good and punishing evil, the most famous of them were Zhang San and Li Si. Their martial arts were considered top-notch among the messengers of the island of chivalry. The only ones who could defeat them were the two island masters and the mysterious Zhao De and Qian Er. This masked man's martial arts were better than Zhang San and Li Si, and he could not be the two island masters. Naturally, he could only be Zhao De or Qian Er. The masked man was shocked. I didn't expect you to know this much about the Island of Heroes. Seeing that he did not answer, Song Qingshu frowned. Just as he was about to make a move, he suddenly heard Lu Wushuang and Cheng Ying moaning in pain. The masked man could not help but laugh. They are already poisoned. Do you still want to fight me? Give me the antidote and I will let you go. Song Qingshu spread out his hands and said coldly. The masked man held his breath. He said embarrassedly, I told you, there is no antidote. Although there is no antidote, there is an antidote, Song Qingshu said in a deep voice. The 99 pills contained 81 types of poisonous plants. The fire pill contained less poisonous plants, but it contained the crane's crown and the peacock's gallbladder. It was very strong. Although these two drugs were poisonous, they could increase one's power. The people of the Island of Heroes melted the 99 pills and the fire pill in wine. Then, they took the antidote. Together with the yin and yang internal energy cultivation on the island, the growth of their internal energy was much faster than that of ordinary people. This was why the masters of the Island of Heroes were so powerful. I didn't expect that I could not hide this from you. The masked man took out a porcelain bottle. Give each of them a fingernail's worth of medicine. It will help you detoxify them more efficiently. But I still want to give you a piece of advice. Don't think that just because you have the antidote you can try to catch me. The poison has already taken effect. If you don't quickly neutralize the poison, even if you can save them, they will become crippled. At this time, Huang Rong had already run out. Seeing Cheng Ying and Lu Wushuang on the ground in pain, she hurriedly helped them up. What happened to you? Although there was a grudge between her and Cheng Ying, they were both from the island of Peach Blossom. Seeing her junior sister in danger, she did not care about hiding her identity. Senior sister? Cheng Ying's whole body was red and burning hot, like a cooked prawn. Huang Rong was frightened. She quickly took out the 9-flower dew pill and fed them. The 9-flower dew pill was a special medicine made by Huang Yaoshi. It was very effective in detoxifying and consolidating one's internal energy. Don't blame me for not reminding you. The 9-9 pill and the fire pill are very special. They can only be detoxified with the internal energy of yin and yang. Taking the antidote will not only be useless but will also trigger the effect. The masked man suddenly said. In fact, he was one of the people who didn't want anything to happen to Lu Wushuang and Cheng Ying. If something happened to the two women, Song Qingshu would have no way to escape. Hearing his words, Huang Rong's hand froze. She hesitantly looked at Song Qingshu. Song Qingshu threw the porcelain bottle to her. Give each of them a fingernail's worth of medicine. Then he stared at the masked man sharply. If this medicine is fake, you know the consequences. The masked man smiled. I will not joke with my life. Song Qingshu ignored him and stared at the two girls. However, the masked man still did not dare to run. He felt that he was locked on by the masked man's qi. If he moved, he would be furious. After taking the medicine, Lu Wushuang and Cheng Ying's condition gradually calmed down. However, one of them was like an iceberg and the other was like a fire. They were still on the edge of danger. Don't blame me for not reminding you. This medicine can only be used as a support. To detoxify the poison, you still need to use a strong internal energy. Moreover, you need to do it quickly. Otherwise, if the cold poison and heat poison enter their internal organs, even the gods will not be able to save them. The masked man reminded. Song Qinshu walked over and felt the pulse of the two girls. He knew that the masked man was not lying. He could not help but frown. The masked man cupped his hands. "See you later." Then he disappeared into the night. Song Qinshu hesitated for a moment. He did not chase after him. This man's martial arts was very high. Although he was confident that he could beat him, it would take a long time to catch him. Cheng Ying and Lu Wushuang could not wait that long. "You go check on Shen Yan and his wife. I will help them suppress the poison," Song Qinshu said to Huang Rong. He then helped Lu Wushuang and Cheng Ying into the door. He placed his hands on the two girls' backs and began to transfer his qi into their bodies. As soon as he touched their bodies, Song Qinshu frowned. At this time, Lu Wushuang's skin was cold. The air around her was constantly emitting cold air. On the other hand, Cheng Ying's skin was the opposite. Her skin was frighteningly hot. It was as if her whole body would burn at any time. Chapter 1445. Feeling the abnormality of Lu Wushuang and Cheng Ying's body, Song Qinshu's expression changed slightly. No wonder even the masters of the Isle of Chivalry could only drink a few drops of medicinal wine every time they practiced. Those who practiced Yang internal force could only drink wine made from fire pill, and those who practiced Yin internal force could only drink wine made from 99 pills. If they drank the wrong medicine, they would die immediately. Lu Wushuang and Cheng Ying must have been able to hold on until now because the masked man had controlled the dosage of the pills. Otherwise, if they had swallowed both the 99 pill and the fire pill, one of them would have been frozen into ice, and the other would have been burned to death. Fortunately, Song Qinshu's internal force had reached a world-shaking level. Coupled with his unparalleled mastery of Yin and Yang Qi, he was able to save the two at the same time. If it was a master who only practiced Yang internal force or Yin internal force, he would only be able to save one of Cheng Ying and Lu Wushuang. Song Qinshu used his Yin and Yang internal force and slowly injected it into the two women's bodies. He first protected their internal organs to prevent the poison from entering their vitals. Just as he was about to try to force the poison out, he suddenly heard Huang Rong's anxious voice. "Shen Yan can't make it?" Song Qinshu's heart trembled. He still had a lot of questions that he wanted to ask him for answers. He glanced at Lu Wushuang and Cheng Ying. Now that they had the antidote and their internal organs were protected by his true qi, they should be fine for the time being. So, he carried the two girls and rushed into the inner hall. Sure enough, Song Qinshu saw Shen Yan's complexion from afar and his breath was like gossamer. He gently placed the two women in his arms on the table and chair at the side, and then went over to check his pulse. His heart could not help but sink. He hurriedly took out a porcelain bottle from his bosom and poured out a pill for him to swallow. After taking the pill, Shen Yan's face gradually became ruddy. Huang Rong was very surprised. "What medicine is this? Why is it so effective?" "Snow ginseng jade toad pill." Song Qinshu sighed in his heart. Medicine could only cure illness but not life. Shen Yan's vitality was gone, and this medicine could only make him have the effect of a final radiance. Huang Rong was secretly shocked. Because of Huang Yaoshi, she had a certain understanding of the world's elixirs. The snow ginseng jade toad pill seemed to be a tribute to the Qing dynasty. Only the emperor and the empress dowager had the right to consume it. Looking at Song Qinshu's profile, Huang Rong couldn't help but ponder. Shen Yan gradually opened his eyes and saw Song Qinshu's appearance. A trace of gratification flashed in his eyes. "Qi Wang. Imperial Censor Shen." Song Qinshu hurriedly supported him, indicating that he should not speak anymore. "If I don't speak now, I won't have the chance to." Shen Yan shook her head. "I originally thought that I would die here today without a sound. I didn't expect that I would be able to see Prince Qi before I die. It seems that this damned heaven is not unkind to me. Song Qinshu sighed inwardly, replying in a low voice. It is a pity that I came too late and was unable to save you. Do you have any unfulfilled wishes? As long as it is within my power, I will definitely help you achieve them. Trembling, Shen Yan took out a jade pendant from his bosom and handed it to him. Qi Wang, please rescue my pitiful daughter. I don't know where she is suffering right now. This is a keepsake. If you show it to her, she will naturally believe you. Song Qinshu frowned. Shen Bijuan's kidnapping was a mysterious case. No one knew where she was right now. Where would he go to save her? However, seeing the expectant gazes of Shen Yan and his wife, his heart was greatly moved. He couldn't help but soften and nod his head. Fine. Seeing him agree, Shen Yan's entire body let out a long sigh of relief. Song Qinshu was worried that he would die and hurriedly asked, "Who was that masked man just now? From your conversation, it seems that you know each other?" A strange expression appeared on Shen Yan's face. In the end, he shook his head. "Qi Wang, it is not that I don't want to tell you. The main reason is that I am afraid that if Bijuan learns of this, she will want to take revenge for us. That person's influence is enormous. How could a weak woman like Bijuan be a match for him? I only want her to live the rest of her life in peace. It would be best if she never returned to the great Song." Song Qinshu frowned. He pressed Shen Yan several times, but Shen Yan remained silent. Although he was somewhat angry, Song Qinshu could not help but admire Shen Yan's love for his daughter. For the sake of his daughter's happiness, Shen Yan was willing to endure all the suffering alone. To the side, Huang Rong thought to herself, "Song Qinshu still wants to help you save your daughter, yet you refuse to say anything." She could not help but feel somewhat angry. However, seeing that he was about to die, she could not bear to continue forcing him. She could only open her mouth and ask, "Just now, that masked man mentioned the deer cutter. What is its connection to the legendary Mandarin duck blade?" "There is no harm in telling you this." Shen Yan sighed faintly. "Now that I think about it, this deer cutter is the cause of our Shen family's current fate. When Fang La was annihilated by the imperial court, the remnants of the Ming dynasty fled to the west, and the Mandarin duck blade also fell into the hands of Prime Minister Zhong." Song Qinshu was stunned. "The Mandarin duck blade is from the Ming dynasty?" Shen Yan nodded. "It is unknown who the original owner of the Mandarin duck blade was, but later it has been in the hands of the Ming dynasty." He paused and continued. "Prime Minister Zhong led the remnants of Fang La to rebuild the Ming dynasty in the Dongting Lake area. However, because he practiced the heaven and earth grand shift, his whole body was paralyzed. In the end, he was captured and killed by the Ming dynasty's general Kong Yanzhou. The Mandarin duck blade fell into the hands of the next hierarch, Yang Yao. Yang Yao was far better than Prime Minister Zhong in both ability and martial arts. Kong Yanzhou retreated in defeat and finally surrendered to the Jin dynasty. The imperial court had no choice but to send General Yu to Dongting to suppress the rebellion. Song Qinshu nodded secretly. The General Yu he mentioned was Yu Fei. At that time, Yu Fei met Xiaolong Nu's mother in the Dongting area. Shen Yan coughed twice and continued. Later, Yang Yao was captured, and the Mandarin duck blade fell into the hands of General Yu. Later, General Yu was framed by Qin Hui and died in the Storm Pavilion. Due to various opportunities and coincidences, the Mandarin duck blade fell into the hands of our Shen family. Because of the rumor in Jianghu, the Mandarin duck blade contained a secret of invincibility in the world. My father was worried that a tall tree would attract the wind, so he changed the name of the Mandarin duck blade. My father didn't want to disgrace this legendary blade by giving it a random name. He thought that since the Mandarin duck blade was invincible, it would be easy to slaughter the world in today's troubled times. So he changed the name to Deer Cutter Blade. Unexpectedly, the secret was leaked and caused a great disaster. Song Qinshu looked strange. He didn't expect that this was the origin of the deer cutter blade. Huang Rong suddenly thought of something and hurriedly asked, "Since the Mandarin duck blade contained the secret of invincibility in the world, have you cracked the secret of the blade since it has been in your hands for so long?" Xin Yan looked around the purgatory desolately. If we had cracked the secret, would our Shin family have ended up like this? Mandarin duck, since it is called Mandarin duck blade, it is obvious that there are two blades, one male and one female. The one in our hands is only one of them. The Ming dynasty also only had one of them. Otherwise, it would not have been so easily destroyed by the imperial court. Song Qingshu was shocked. It turned out that there were two Mandarin duck blades. No wonder there had been only rumors and no one had ever cracked the secret. Xin Yan continued. In order to crack the secret of the blade, the Shin family has spent countless efforts. Unfortunately, because of the lack of the other blade, there has been no progress. Some time ago, I noticed that the news had been leaked, so I made a prompt decision to give this hot potato to the crown prince and let Bijuan become the crown prince's wife. This would also ensure the prosperity of the Shin family for generations. I didn't expect that it was still a step too late. His tone was full of remorse, as if he was blaming himself, but also as if he was distressed for the efforts of several generations of the Shin family. Huang Rong asked, "Your Shin family has been investigating for so many years. Is there no news about the other blade?" "No." Xin Yan faintly sighed. It was only found that the other blade had appeared in Liaodong. Unfortunately, later people were sent to investigate, but they found nothing. "Master, don't talk about that blade anymore. That blade has destroyed our Shin family. It is an ominous object, the source of death." Shinforan hugged Xin Yan and cried bitterly. Xin Yan sighed, and the light in his eyes gradually dissipated. "Yes, I regret not listening to you and giving up looking for the secret of the blade earlier." Before he finished speaking, he had already passed away. "Master!" Shinforan suddenly burst into tears. Song Qingshu sighed and pulled Huang Rong up. He knew that at this moment, any words of comfort were so pale and powerless. Shinforan leaned on Xin Yan and cried for a while. She slowly raised her head and said to Song Qingshu, "Your Excellency Prince Qi, can I trouble you with something?" Song Qingshu nodded. "Foreign, please tell me. I have heard of your deeds from Master, and even Bijuan often mentions you in her boudoir. They all say that you are like an immortal and have the ability to reach the heavens. So I dare to ask Prince Qi to help us save my daughter." Shinforan did not know if it was because she was too sad, but her voice became somewhat weak. Song Qingshu nodded. "As long as I receive news of Miss Shin, I will definitely help you save her. However, Miss Shin has been missing for so long without any news. I am afraid," Shinforan smiled sadly. "I also know that Bijuan is in danger, but even if you cannot save her, Prince Qi does not need to blame yourself. We are already very grateful that you agreed to help us." At this time, Song Qingshu had already noticed that there was something wrong with her body. He rushed over to check and was surprised to find that there was a dagger in her lower abdomen. It was obvious that she would not survive. "Shinforan, why are you doing this?" Song Qingshu could not help but sigh. Shinforan smiled sadly. "Everyone in the Shin garden is dead. What is the point of me living alone in this world? In the future, if Bijuan is fortunate enough to be saved by Prince Qi, I hope that Prince Qi will tell her not to avenge us." After saying the last word, Shinforan finally closed her eyes and leaned her body on her husband's body. At this time, the sound of bailiffs came from not far away. Huang Rong hurriedly pulled Song Qingshu, who was standing there in a daze. "The officials are here. Let's go first." Song Qingshu nodded. Although he was Prince Qi, it was not appropriate for him to deal with the officials at this time. After all the civil and military officials thought that he had returned to Jiangbei. Now that he had come to Shanin, it was difficult for people not to be suspicious. If his political enemies hid him while he was down, it would be very troublesome. Moreover, at this time, Lu Wushuang and Cheng Ying were gradually falling into a coma. If he did not detoxify them soon, they would most likely die. Chapter 1446. With one hand holding Lu Wushuang and the other holding Cheng Ying, Song Qingshu called out to Huang Rong and disappeared into the night sky. Not long after they left, the constable from Mountain Yin came in and saw the miserable scene in Shin Garden. His hands and feet turned cold. He knew that this was a serious matter. Immediately inform all the city gates to be on high alert. No one is allowed to leave the city. Pass down my order. Search every house and see if there are any suspicious people. Focus on inns, brothels, and other places. Song Qingshu and Huang Rong could vaguely hear the constable's order. Huang Rong frowned and said, "I'm afraid it's not convenient for us to return to the inn." Song Qingshu nodded in agreement. It would be a headache to deal with the investigation, not to mention forcing the poison out of the two women. "Where are we going?" Huang Rong continued to ask. Song Qingshu originally wanted to take them back to the Lu residence to see Qing Yaojia. However, when he thought about forcing the poison out of the two women's bodies, he needed a lot of water. He didn't want to alarm the Lu residence's servants. This matter concerned the women's reputation and integrity. There were also many people in the Lu residence, so it wasn't convenient for him to go. Dismissing the idea of going to the Lu residence, Song Qingshu suddenly remembered that there was a small stream not far from the outskirts of the city. He said to Huang Rong, "Let's get out of the city first." Even though it was already night and the city gate was closed, it still could not stop these Jianghu people from coming and going. Song Qingshu and Huang Rong quickly jumped over the city wall. Not long after they landed, someone on a horse galloped over to inform the guards to strengthen the city gate. Soon, the city wall was filled with people. The two of them secretly felt lucky. If they were one step late, the city wall would be filled with soldiers, and it would be troublesome to get out of the city. Song Qingshu quickly brought Huang Rong to the stream in his memory. At this time, it was late at night and there was no one in sight for miles. "Take off their clothes and put them in the water," Song Qingshu ordered without stopping. "Ah!" Huang Rong was dumbfounded. She thought to herself, "These are two virgins. Take off their clothes? It would be fine if it was just me, but you, a grown man, are here." Song Qingshu knew what she was thinking and replied in a deep voice, "Lu Wushuang has been poisoned by the 99 pill. The poison of the 99 pill is extremely keen and cold, her body is about to freeze. Cheng Ying has been poisoned by the fierce fire pill. The poison is extremely young, her body is burning up. To detoxify Wushuang's poison, I must use internal energy of extreme yang. To detoxify Cheng Ying's poison, I need internal energy of extreme yin and extreme yang. However, they have been poisoned so deeply that it is very difficult for me to simultaneously control two completely different types of internal energy to detoxify them. I can only borrow the poison in their bodies to guide the cold air in Wushuang's body to alleviate the heat in Cheng Ying's body, and use the heat in Cheng Ying's body to dissolve the cold in Wushuang's body." Huang Rong roughly understood what was going on, but she still couldn't help but ask, "Then why not let the two of them hug each other? Wouldn't it be faster to neutralize the poison?" "Absolutely not," Song Qingshu hurriedly said. "Think about it. If you take a piece of red-hot iron and put it next to a piece of ice, what kind of violent reaction would there be? At that time, whether it is Cheng Ying or Wushuang, they would not be able to withstand such a violent reaction. In fact, this was similar to when they first cultivated the Jade Women's Heart Sutra. When cultivating the Jade Women's Heart Sutra, a large amount of heat would be produced in the body, and must be immediately released through the pores of the skin. However, they could not use the chilled jade bed, because once the coldness of the chilled jade bed was released, it would cause the pores to constrict, and the heat in the body would be unable to be released, resulting in the death or serious injury of the cultivator. Right now, Lu Wushuang and Qing Ying's situation was much more serious than when they were cultivating the Jade Women's Heart Sutra, so naturally they could not use a completely opposite temperature to stimulate them. The softest thing in the world is water. First, guide the cold in Wushuang's body into the water, and then use the water to dissolve the heat in Qing Ying's body. At the same time, we will dissolve the heat in Qing Ying's body into the water to warm up Lu Wushuang's body. This way we can force the poison out of their bodies and achieve twice the result with half the effort. Song Qingshu continued to explain. Huang Rong was also a martial arts expert. How could she not tell if what he said was true or false? She could only nod and say, "I hope that when they wake up they won't blame us." "I'm sorry, little apprentice sister." Huang Rong walked in front of Qing Ying and began to undress her. Seeing her gentle and slow movements, Song Qingshu couldn't help but roll his eyes. He quickly undid Lu Wushuang's clothes and jumped into the water with her in his arms. "Hey, why are you?" Huang Rong suddenly became anxious. Didn't they say that she would be the one to undress them? Song Qingshu rolled his eyes. "You're taking too long, you're delaying the time needed to force the poison out of their bodies. I'll first circulate my energy to help Wushuang, hurry up." Finished speaking, he placed his palms on Lu Wushuang's body and began to guide the cold poison in her body into the water. When their skin touched, it was smooth and creamy. Looking at her breasts, Song Qingshu's heart skipped a beat, but he immediately focused on helping her detoxify the poison. Huang Rong was speechless, thinking that as a man, he was even more skilled than a woman in taking off a woman's clothes. From this, it could be seen how much of a playboy he was. However, at this critical moment, she was still able to distinguish the severity of the situation. Although she had some complaints, she didn't say anything to disturb his state of mind. Very quickly, she also took off Qing Ying's clothes. Suddenly, she was in a dilemma. Right now, Song Qingshu and Lu Wushuang were forcing the poison out of her body, and Qing Ying was unconscious. Could she just throw her over like this? After hesitating for a moment, she still carried Qing Ying into the water and slowly walked to Song Qingshu's side. "My apprentice sister is here, you must save them." Song Qingshu slowly opened his eyes, and the scene in front of him almost caused him to have a nosebleed. Qing Ying's body was slender and graceful, with round shoulders, a slender waist, and slender legs. The young girl's body seemed to be faintly glowing under the moonlight. This was not all, but the problem was that they were in a relatively deep part of the water. Huang Rong had walked all the way here, and her clothes were so tightly stuck to her body that they were almost transparent. He could even faintly see the outline of her plump breast. Huang Rong suddenly noticed his gaze and looked down. She immediately cried out in alarm and covered her chest with her hand. Her cheeks instantly turned red, and she was embarrassed and angry at the same time. Song Qingshu embarrassedly smiled and looked away. "Rong, you should quickly go ashore. You are pregnant and your bones are weak. The water is cold and you need to avoid catching a cold. Once you are ashore, make a fire to dry your clothes." "Got it." Seeing that he was serious, Huang Rong could not get angry. She could only fiercely stare at him, and then swim towards the shore. It was very difficult to appreciate her mermaid appearance, and Song Qingshu sighed. Unfortunately, it was more important to save people, so he could only withdraw his gaze. He helped the two girls to sit cross-legged in the water, and let their palms touch each other in the water. Then, Song Qingshu's palms flew up and down, constantly patting the major acupuncture points on the two girls' bodies, drawing out the cold poison, heat poison, in their bodies. His hands were full of warm and fragrant soft jade, but at this moment, Song Qingshu did not have the time to be distracted. With a solemn expression, he helped them force out the poison. It must be known that experts like Zhang San and Li Si could only drink a few drops of medicinal wine at a time with the help of antidote. It could be seen how fierce these two poisons were. Fortunately, Song Qingshu's martial arts were profound, and at the same time, He had reached the realm of yin and yang harmony. Otherwise, the two girls would have died today. As the saying goes, illness comes like a mountain, and illness goes like silk. This poison was the same. In an instant, the poison had invaded every part of the body, but when it came to detoxifying it, it could only be pulled out bit by bit. During the entire process, Song Qingshu was very careful, not daring to make the slightest mistake. Otherwise, even if the two girls were saved, there would be serious side effects. Huang Rong had long since climbed ashore, and found dry branches nearby to make a bonfire. Originally, she wanted to lean on the side and dry her wet clothes, but after a while, the effect was worrying. The clothes were sticking to her body, and it was very uncomfortable. Huang Rong had no choice but to take off her clothes and dry them. But she was a little worried that Song Qingshu would peek, so before she took off her clothes, she carefully looked into the stream. At this time, she saw that Song Qingshu had also sat cross-legged, one hand holding Lu Wushuang's hand, the other hand interlocked with Qing Ying's. His eyes were closed, and white steam was coming out of his head. It was obvious that he was concentrating on detoxifying the two girls. Seeing that Song Qingshu's face had a kind of radiant and majestic look, Huang Rong had to admit that she had gauged the heart of a gentleman with her own mean measure. She set up a few racks around the bonfire and dried the clothes on them. She was still not used to being naked in the wilderness. Seeing Qing Ying and Lu Wushuang's clothes on the ground, she couldn't help but take them and put them around her. This way, it was as if there were a few screens around her. Even if she was naked, she wouldn't have to be afraid. After finishing everything, she stood up in boredom and looked through the racks to check on Song Qingshu's progress. She saw that when the stream reached the three of them, it seemed to be pulled by an invisible force, forming a whirlpool around the three of them. Huang Rong remembered what Song Qingshu had said earlier, and knew that he was using his internal energy to guide the cold and hot poisons in Lu Wushuang and Qing Ying's bodies to neutralize each other. At the same time, white steam came out of the water. Some of it was the cold air from Lu Wushuang's body, and some was the heat from Qing Ying's body evaporating the water. Gradually, there was more and more white steam, and the three of them became blurred. Finally, they couldn't even see anyone inside. Huang Rong couldn't help but sigh that Song Qingshu's internal energy was really unfathomable. If it was someone else, she was afraid that Lu Wushuang and Qing Ying would have. Since she couldn't see anything, Huang Rong sat back down by the bonfire. Suddenly, a strange thought came to her mind. Song Qingshu wouldn't deliberately create a big white fog to block my sight, and then bully my junior sister inside, would he? But soon, she couldn't help but laugh, and couldn't help but sigh. Compared to Brother Jing, sometimes I'm too petty. I always think the worst of others. Thinking of her husband, she couldn't help but think of the Jin kingdom. Her beautiful eyebrows couldn't help but gradually frown, and it was obvious that she was very annoyed. After an unknown amount of time, the poison in Lu Wushuang and Qing Ying's body gradually decreased, and the two women who were in a coma showed signs of waking up. Because Qing Ying's internal energy was higher than Lu Wushuang's, she was the first to open her eyes. Chapter 1447. Hearing Qing Ying's question, Song Qingshu angrily replied, "You were half a step into the netherworld, but I pulled you back." Hearing a man's voice, Qing Ying was startled and gradually came back to her senses. She looked at Song Qingshu, then at Lu Wushuang, and then at her chest. Suddenly she was dumbfounded. Qing Ying was different from other women. She had a calm temperament and didn't scream like other women. Instead, she bit her lips and whispered, "I need an explanation." Although she didn't scream, her cheeks were now red, and it was obvious that she was extremely embarrassed. Song Qingshu's willpower was already incomparably strong. Moreover, he had a clear conscience regarding this matter. When he heard the other party's question, he calmly replied, "It's very simple. You were restrained by that masked man and poisoned by him. You were poisoned by the fire pill, and your cousin was poisoned by the 9-9 pill. In order to save you, I had to use water to neutralize the heat and coldness in your bodies. At this time, Cheng Ying gradually recalled what had just happened. Moreover, she was a teacher of Huang Yaoshi and knew a little about the art of Qi Huang. She knew that this was the best way to detoxify the poison, and the anger that had risen up before gradually dissipated. Thank you for saving us. Cheng Ying thanked him in a low voice, but her expression was a little strange. Song Qinshu couldn't help but sigh. No wonder Cheng Ying had always been regarded as a gentleman. She was indeed able to distinguish between kindness and hatred. If it was another woman in this situation, it would be good enough if she didn't make a fuss, let alone thank him. Can I go ashore first? Cheng Ying said with a red face. After all, she was an unmarried woman. Even if she knew that he was treating her injuries and expelling the poison, it was still difficult for her to accept staying naked with a man. Song Qinshu frowned. The poison in your body hasn't been cleared yet. Let's wait until I completely detoxify the poison of the fire pill in your body. Cheng Ying closed her eyes and felt the condition of her body. Then she opened her eyes and bit her lips. You have already detoxified most of the poison in my body. Now I can detoxify the remaining poison on my own. I don't need to trouble you. Song Qinshu couldn't help but say, Miss Ching, I know what you are worried about, but since it has already happened, why don't you let me continue to detoxify you? Women of Jianghu have to act according to the urgency of the matter. Why do you refuse my help because of some worldly etiquette? Cheng Ying sank into the water, leaving only her head above the surface. She seemed to feel more at ease this way. Thank you for your kindness, but we are a man and a woman after all. I didn't know what to do earlier, but now that I'm awake, I'd better force the poison out myself. As she spoke, she nervously looked at Lu Wushuang, as if she was afraid that she would wake up and see her like this. Although her tone was gentle, it was clear that she had already made up her mind. Song Qinshu didn't want to force her. If that's the case, then I won't force you. With your cultivation, you will be able to detoxify the remaining poison in the future. Cheng Ying secretly heaved a sigh of relief when he agreed. She gave him an apologetic look before letting go of his hand and swimming towards the shore like a mermaid. There were not many women in this world who could swim, but Cheng Ying and Huang Rong were both from Peach Blossom Island. Although her whole body was under the water was clear. With Song Qinshu's profound cultivation, he could clearly see her slender body under the faint moonlight. Just now, the situation was urgent and he had no time to be distracted. Now that most of the poison in the two women's bodies had been detoxified, he didn't need to concentrate on detoxifying the poison, so he naturally relaxed a little. Looking at the girl's snow-white body, Song Qinshu suddenly felt a little hot, as if he had also been poisoned by the fire pill. At this time, Cheng Ying suddenly stopped and turned around to say to him, Mr. Song. As soon as she opened her mouth, she met his burning gaze. How could she not understand that he had been secretly looking at her just now? Her face instantly turned red. Being caught in the act, Song Qinshu also felt a little embarrassed and hurriedly looked away. Miss Ching, what's the matter? Cheng Ying unhappily stared at him, then slowly said, Please help Wushuang to detoxify the poison of the 99 pills. Her cultivation is not strong enough, so it is difficult for her to detoxify herself like I did. I don't have the strength to help her right now. Don't worry, I will. Song Qinshu nodded. Only then did Cheng Ying sink her head back into the water and hurriedly swam to the shore. She felt her face and ears were red and her whole body was hot, as if the poison of the fire pill in her body was coming back. When she reached the shore, Cheng Ying did not dare to get up immediately. Instead, she looked back at Song Qinshu and saw that he deliberately turned his back to her. She could not help but secretly let out a sigh of relief. Big Brother Song is a gentleman. But she quickly remembered the scene of Song Qinshu bullying her cousin Qing Yaojia. Her evaluation of a gentleman immediately shattered in her heart. Taking advantage of the fact that Song Qinshu was not looking in her direction, Cheng Ying tiptoed towards the bonfire. She had just crawled under the drying clothes and was about to find her own clothes to wear when she was suddenly dumbfounded. This was because she saw an extremely beautiful woman lying on the grass, sleeping. She instantly recognized that the other person was her senior sister Huang Rong. This was not what shocked her the most. What shocked her the most was that Huang Rong was not wearing a single piece of clothing. Under the light of the bonfire, her exposed skin emitted a honey-colored light. Only then did Cheng Ying remember that she seemed to have seen Huang Rong in the Shin garden. But she did not understand why Huang Rong was not wearing any clothes at this moment. It should be known that there was a man not far from here. Could it be that something happened between the two of them? Hearing movement beside her, Huang Rong gradually opened her eyes. Turned out that because she was pregnant it was already late at night. She had just warmed up by the bonfire and unknowingly fell asleep. After the initial confusion, her heart suddenly shivered and she hurriedly looked back. When she saw that it was Cheng Ying, she let out a sigh of relief. So it is Nian. You scared me. Senior sister. The two of them had never been very close to each other. At this moment, the two of them were completely naked. When their eyes met, it was even more awkward. After all, Huang Rong had been married for many years. Compared to a young girl like Cheng Ying, she was more open. She quickly got up and quietly peeked into the stream. Song Qinshu? He is still helping cousin force out the poison. Cheng Ying hugged her chest with one hand and tried to cover the area between her legs with the other. Her pretty face turned red. Seeing that Song Qinshu was indeed still in the stream, Huang Rong secretly let out a sigh of relief. She turned her head and saw Cheng Ying's appearance. She could not help but laugh. Junior sister's appearance is really very attractive. If there was a man here, I'm afraid that he would not be able to resist and would have already pounced on you. Cheng Ying could not help but reply. How can junior sister's appearance compare to senior sister's delicate and beautiful rose? If a man really wanted to pounce on you, he would have pounced on senior sister. Huang Rong secretly sighed that this little junior sister was really not an easy person to deal with. She smiled and said, Senior sister is now pregnant and her figure is out of shape. How can she be compared to junior sister's pitiful appearance? Senior sister is full and charming. How can I compare? Cheng Ying said while looking at the other's heavy chest. Her eyes flashed with amazement. Feeling her gaze, Huang Rong's face also became hot. She hurriedly said, Let's put on our clothes first. Otherwise, when that surnamed Song comes back, we can't let him take advantage of us. Cheng Ying's face also turned red. She took off the clothes beside her and put them on. Fortunately, they still had Lu Wushuang's clothes. Otherwise, wouldn't the two of them be naked in front of Song Qinshu? Senior sister, why are you naked here, sleeping? After fastening her belt, Cheng Ying asked the question in her heart. After all, if it was her, she would not be so careless as to take off her clothes and sleep near another man. Unless that man was her husband. Thinking of the matter between Song Qinshu and her cousin, Cheng Yaojiao, Cheng Ying's eyes flashed with a trace of suspicion. Could it be Huang Rong was very smart? Seeing her expression, she instantly guessed her thoughts. Her heart couldn't help but shiver. However, her face was very relaxed as she said, Speaking of which, isn't it because of you? Just now, time was urgent. Song Qinshu took off your cousin's clothes while I took off your clothes and sent you into the water. My whole body was wet, so I had to go ashore and take off my clothes to dry them. You also know that I am pregnant and easily get tired. In addition, I was busy for most of the night. While drying my clothes, I unknowingly fell asleep. Thank you, senior sister. Hearing that it wasn't Song Qinshu who took off her clothes, Cheng Ying couldn't help but let out a long sigh of relief. However, thinking that her cousin was taken advantage of by him, she couldn't help but worry. That's right, Why did you come out so quickly? Your cousin is still inside. Huang Rong knew that her junior sister was very meticulous. If she continued to ask, it would be hard to guarantee that she wouldn't reveal any flaws. Thus, she hastily tried to divert her attention. Sure enough, hearing Huang Rong's question, Cheng Ying's breathing became a bit hurried. I felt that the poison was almost completely detoxified. The rest can be detoxified by myself, so I came up. Cousin's cultivation is a bit lacking, so I need him to completely detoxify her. Seeing her cramped appearance, Huang Rong couldn't help but laugh. Junior sister, we are all people of Jianghu. You don't have to worry too much about what happened today. What's more, only the few of us know about this matter. Song Qingshu isn't a talkative person. You can rest assured. Cheng Ying opened her mouth. She didn't know how to describe her feelings at the moment. Rationally, she also agreed with Huang Rong's words. But emotionally, when she thought of her pure and clean body being so intimately touched by a man, she couldn't let go. When she thought of Yang Guo, who always said that he was a gentleman, Cheng Ying couldn't help but feel that she had done something wrong to him, even though they had nothing to do with each other. When she thought of Xiao Longnu, whom Yang Guo couldn't forget, and the fiancé from the Pucha family that Song Qingshu had mentioned, Cheng Ying couldn't help but feel a sense of loss. She couldn't help but ask, if senior sister was poisoned today and was detoxified like this, would senior sister tell Hirogua? Huang Rong's heart instantly raced. Did she discover something? Chapter 1448. The reason why Huang Rong was shocked was that she often thought about this question in the dead of night. If she had confessed to Brother Jing after that chaotic night in the Jin Kingdom, would things have been better? In fact, after being together for so many years, she knew her husband's character very well. She knew that he would forgive her unintentional mistake. But forgiveness was one thing, and there would still be a knot in his heart. She had always been a perfect wife in front of Guo Jing. She didn't want any flaws in her husband's heart. Huang Rong could only blame herself for being too smart. Smart people always had more thoughts and concerns. If she and Guo Jing were in the same situation, with Guo Jing's character, he would definitely tell her the truth. Unfortunately, she wasn't Guo Jing. How could Huang Rong not be shocked when Cheng Ying asked her the question that had been bothering her for a long time? I think so. Brother Jing is a magnanimous person. I'm sure he wouldn't mind this kind of thing. Huang Rong felt a little guilty when she answered. She knew that if something like this really happened, she probably wouldn't tell her husband. Senior sister, your relationship is really enviable. Cheng Ying didn't know what she was thinking. She couldn't help but feel a little envious when she heard her say it so easily. With your character and appearance, I'm sure you'll find a satisfactory husband. Huang Rong comforted her with a smile. Really? Why do I feel like I'm destined to be lonely for the rest of my life? Cheng Ying suddenly sighed. Ever since she met Yang Guo, she knew that she had fallen for him. But she was a quiet person, so she didn't say it out loud. She was rational enough to know that it was impossible for her and Yang Guo to be together. At the same time, she also knew that she probably wouldn't fall in love with another man in this life. That was why she let out such a sad sigh. How could that be? Huang Rong hurriedly comforted her. Meanwhile, in the stream, the poison in Lu Wushuang's body was getting lesser and lesser. Gradually, she opened her eyes and saw Song Qingshu in front of her. She then looked down at herself. Her willpower wasn't as good as Cheng Ying's, and her first reaction was to scream. Fortunately, Song Qingshu was prepared. Before she could open her mouth, he covered it and stopped her from screaming. Don't scream, don't scream. Otherwise, Huang Rong and your cousin will think that I did something to you. Although he thought that they would understand, it would take a lot of effort to explain later. To save trouble, it was better to cut off the source. Hearing his words, Lu Wushuang then noticed the fire on the shore. The two figures were cast on their clothes by the fire. She then gradually remembered what had happened in Xin Yuan. Seeing that she had calmed down, Song Qingshu said, "You've been poisoned. I need to use the stream water to neutralize the poison in your body. That's why it's urgent. If you understand, blink and I'll let you go." At the same time, he secretly complained that it was easier to deal with a calm and wise person like Qing Ying. There was no need for him to waste his breath. He thought. He didn't need to waste. Of Qing of him. Song Qingshu was speechless. It's not like we haven't been so intimate before in the Lu mansion. When he first treated Lu Wushuang's leg, he didn't know if it was inflamed or something, but she had a terrible fever. Song Qingshu was worried that she would be misunderstood by the quacks in this world, so he had to find a way to lower her body temperature. As for the method he thought of, it was to touch her acupoints all over his body, completely arousing her desire and letting her release her inner fire. Lu Wushuang's face instantly turned red. "Don't mention that night." Song Qingshu raised his hand and smiled bitterly. All right, I won't mention it. Actually, you don't have to be so conflicted. You're not the only one who was poisoned." Lu Wushuang blinked her eyes and suddenly remembered that her cousin seemed to have been poisoned by the masked man. "You mean cousin was also, Shu?" Song Qingshu made a shushing gesture. "Don't make your cousin angry. She is a gentle person who doesn't get angry easily. Once she gets angry, it will be terrible." Lu Wushuang nodded secretly. The two of them grew up together, so she naturally knew her cousin's temperament. It was just as he said. She didn't know why, but knowing that Qing Ying was like this, she suddenly felt a lot more relaxed. "Come here quickly. The poison in your body hasn't been cleared yet. Don't make it relapse." Seeing that she was slowly getting used to it, Song Qingshu said. Lu Wushuang's little face turned red. She crossed her arms in front of her chest and shook her head like a rattle drum. Song Qingshu said helplessly, "What now?" Lu Wushuang murmured, "Why is cousin already on the shore?" Song Qingshu could only explain, "That's because her cultivation is higher than yours, so she woke up earlier. She declined my help to force the poison out of her body and went ashore." Lu Wushuang said in a low voice, Then I also declined your help to force the poison out of my body. I also want to go ashore." "Your cousin can force the poison out by herself, because her internal energy is high enough. Your cultivation is so low. How are you going to force the poison out?" Song Qingshu replied impatiently. "I can ask cousin for help." Lu Wushuang pouted and muttered. "Your cousin can't even take care of herself. How would she have time to care about you?" Song Qingshu finally couldn't take it anymore. He pulled her over. "Don't be so meddlesome. Let's get rid of the poison as soon as possible." Lu Wushuang also realized that she was a bit meddlesome. But as a girl, how could she be calm in this kind of situation? Being pulled into his arms, feeling the heat of his body, she only felt a little dizzy. Because of the intimate contact before in the Lu mansion, Song Qingshu didn't have many misgivings about Lu Wushuang. He directly held her in his arms. He pressed one hand on her chest and the other on her lower abdomen. Vigorous internal energy continuously flowed into her body, continuously cleansing her meridians that were corroded by the poison. "They will see." Lu Wushuang didn't know why she said this. Shouldn't she let go of him? Anyway, she was hugged by him like this in the room last time. It didn't matter if he hugged her again. Moreover, he was helping her force out the poison. Lu Wushuang could only comfort herself like this. Isn't it easy to make them not see? As soon as Song Qingshu's voice fell, the white mist that was gradually dissipating around the two of them thickened again. Very quickly, it blocked the view of the shore and the stream. "How did you do it?" Lu Wushuang cried out in surprise. "I used my masculine internal energy to evaporate the water around me," Song Qingshu replied. Lu Wushuang couldn't help but reveal a trace of admiration. "You really are amazing." Looking at the young girl's innocent face, Song Qinshu smiled and didn't reply. He focused on detoxifying her. Meanwhile, on the shore, Cheng Ying and Huang Rong heard Lu Wushuang's cry of surprise. They quietly lifted the corner of their clothes that were used to cover their eyes and looked over. They couldn't help but be startled when they saw the white mist in the stream. Wasn't the white mist about to dissipate? Why is it thickening again? Huang Rong looked at Cheng Ying with a puzzled expression. Because she was the one who experienced it, she should know a thing or two. Cheng Ying blushed slightly. I don't know either. Looking at the white mist that was getting thicker and thicker, the two girls felt a little uneasy. Could something have happened? Senior sister, why don't you ask? Cheng Ying was also worried about her cousin's safety. However, because of what happened just now, she couldn't muster up the courage to talk to Song Qinshu. She could only ask Huang Rong for help. Huang Rong nodded. She was also worried that something might have happened. She stood up and shouted, Song Qinshu, what happened over there? Soon, Song Qinshu replied. The poison in Miss Lu's body is a little relapsing. Don't worry, I have it under control. However, it will take a little more time. Cheng Ying couldn't help but mutter to herself, could something have happened to my cousin? Huang Rong comforted her, don't worry. Song Qinshu's martial arts are even better than my father's. He won't let anything happen to Miss Lu. But I'm still a little worried. Cheng Ying frowned. Senior sister, can you go and take a look? Huang Rong spat. How could I go in that kind of situation? Cheng Ying instantly smiled awkwardly. I didn't think it through. Miss Cheng, there's still some poison in your body. You should quickly use your martial arts to neutralize it. Otherwise, the poison will invade your meridians again. Suddenly, Song Qinshu's voice came from the white mist again. Cheng Ying cried out in alarm. Her mind was in a mess just now. Coupled with her conversation with Huang Rong, she had forgotten that the poison in her body had not been neutralized. Huang Rong also hurriedly said, Junior sister, quickly use your martial arts to force the poison out. I'll help you. Our internal energy comes from the same source, so it should be twice the result with half the effort. Although she had practiced the 9-yin manual, she had not forgotten about the internal energy of Peach Blossom Island. Cheng Ying's face lit up with joy. However, she looked at Huang Rong's slightly bulging belly and hesitated. But senior sister, you're pregnant. Won't it hurt your body? Huang Rong smiled. Don't worry. The main thing is to force the poison out on your own. I'll just help. If something goes wrong, I'll stop myself. You don't have to worry. Only then did Cheng Ying let out a sigh of relief. She didn't want to stay naked with Song Qinshu, so she was determined to go ashore. In fact, it was not impossible for her to force the poison out with her cultivation, but it was still a bit difficult. Now that she had Huang Rong's help, she was completely relieved. Cheng Ying sat cross-legged on the ground and began to force the poison out. Huang Rong also sat down behind her and pressed one hand on her back to help her. If it was before, Huang Rong would never dare to help Cheng Ying force the poison out. The poison of the scorching flame pill was very strong. If she was not careful, it would backfire on her. If she was not careful and the fire poison invaded the fetus in her belly, then it would be too late for her to regret. However, now that the fire poison in Cheng Ying's body had been mostly neutralized by Song Qinshu, the remaining fire poison was not a problem for her. Feeling that the shore had quietened down, Song Qinshu smiled and said to Lu Wushuang, they're also focused on forcing the poison out. You don't have to worry anymore, right? Lu Wushuang's face was delicate and beautiful. Her head was almost buried in her chest. She said with a trembling voice, Are you really helping me force the poison out? Song Qinshu was startled. If I'm not helping you force the poison out, then what am I doing? But... Lu Wushuang's voice was as soft as a mosquito. You're pestering me. Chapter 1449. Song Qinshu's face heated up, but he was someone who had experienced great storms and waves. Very quickly, he calmly replied, There's a young and beautiful girl in my arms. This is a very natural reaction. Lu Wuxuang didn't expect him to be so calm, so she didn't know what to do. She lowered her head, her heart pounding. Has the poison in my body been purged? After a long silence, Lu Wuxuang couldn't help but ask with a trembling voice. It has been purged. Song Qingshu nodded slowly. Lu Wuxuang's heart trembled. Since it had been purged, how could they hug each other like this? But she didn't know why, but she didn't say it out loud. By the way, is your leg better? Song Qingshu suddenly remembered that he had broken and reconnected her leg last time. He didn't know how it was recovering. It's healed, thank you very much. Lu Wuxuang was famous for her domineering temperament in Mountain City, but now her voice was even more gentle than that of a lady from a noble family. Let me see. Song Qingshu said as he reached down to check the meridians in her leg. Lu Wuxuang's body trembled. She opened her mouth to say something, but stopped. Song Qingshu carefully examined her leg. It was smooth to the touch, and he didn't feel like she was injured at all. Brother Song, have you touched enough? Lu Wuxuang couldn't help it anymore. She bit her lips and snorted. Song Qingshu looked depressed. I'm really checking your injury. Lu Wuxuang pursed her lips and glanced at the water. She blushed and asked, Brother Song, do you feel uncomfortable? Song Qingshu couldn't help but smile bitterly. A little. Can I help you? Lu Wuxuang suddenly raised her head and looked at him with a pair of bright eyes. Song Qingshu swallowed and asked hesitantly, You can help, but are you sure you want to help? You've saved me so many times, and this time it was only because of me and my cousin that. Lu Wuxuang paused, blushing as she glanced at him. That's why I feel so bad. I have to do something to thank you. At this moment, Song Qingshu was so moved that he wanted to cry. If all women had the same awareness as Lu Wuxuang, how beautiful would the world be? Forget it. You're a girl. It's not good for you. Song Qingshu finally rejected the temptation in front of him with great determination. It's okay. Lu Wuxuang's eyes were watery. Suddenly, she reached out her soft little hand and pressed her whole body against his. Although her movements were shaky, it was difficult for a girl who had yet to experience the world to have any higher expectations. However, the mental satisfaction far exceeded the physical enjoyment. Song Qingshu was shocked. How did you? Lu Wuxuang was a little embarrassed. There are some playboys in the Fu who often read some shameful picture books. I happened to see it once. Song Qingshu couldn't help but laugh. It seemed that young people in all generations had the same temperament. The two of them tacitly didn't make any sound. Just like that, they carried out a little secret that only the two of them knew. On the shore, Huang Rong was helping Cheng Ying force out the poison, so she didn't have time to see what was going on. However, Song Qingshu quickly held Lu Wuxuang's little hand. Wuxuang, there's no need. Lu Wuxuang asked nervously, Is it making you uncomfortable? Song Qingshu smiled awkwardly. After all, she didn't have much experience. Her clumsy movements would only make him feel more uncomfortable. Seeing his expression, Lu Wuxuang understood everything. She pursed her lips, as if she had made a great decision. She took a deep breath and buried her whole body in the water. Song Qingshu's expression instantly became strange. His eyebrows furrowed and then relaxed. Not long after, Lu Wuxuang was helped out of the water. She kept coughing, obviously choking on the water. Song Qingshu wiped the water stains on her face and said with a faint smile, Did you also learn from that booklet? Lu Wuxuang blushed and nodded shyly. After straightening out her breathing, she was about to dive into the water again. Song Qingshu grabbed her and held her face. He said softly, That's enough. You're a little girl. There's no need to do this. Lu Wuxuang also blushed. She didn't know why she was so bold today. Perhaps there was a voice in the dark telling her to repay this man's kindness. Brother Song. At this time, her body was already as soft as cotton. There was even a burst of throbbing in the depths of her body. Hearing her sweet voice and feeling the change in her body, Song Qingshu couldn't help but be startled. He thought that he had accidentally sent the Huanxi genuine qi into her body again. But after careful examination, he didn't. Brother Song, actually Lu Wushuang stammered as if she had made a great decision. Actually, I can give it to you. Song Qingshu didn't react for a moment. Lu Wushuang looked at him with a bitter face. Both of us are like this. Who else can I marry in this life? Song Qingshu hurriedly comforted her. Wushuang, you don't have to worry about this matter. It's urgent. Lu Wushuang directly interrupted him and said, What about last time? Last time in my boudoir. Song Qingshu looked embarrassed. That's because it was an emergency. Lu Wushuang's face was on the verge of tears. I know you are surrounded by beauties that can cause the downfall of cities and countries. How could you be interested in a little girl like me? As she spoke, her tears flowed down her cheeks like pearls from a broken necklace. Song Qingshu hurriedly wiped her tears. Of course not. If I don't like you, why would I have such a strong reaction? Lu Wushuang blushed and spat. Maybe you had such a reaction after seeing my cousin's body just now. Song Qingshu was speechless. But in his mind, Qing Ying's slender body appeared. He only felt that his throat only became drier. Feeling the change in his body, Lu Wushuang's body trembled. She looked at him with a bitter face. Then she stretched out her arms and wrapped them around his neck. She looked at him affectionately. Brother Song, at this point, Song Qingshu couldn't bear it anymore. He held her perky but with one hand and pressed his whole body tightly. So she has already fallen in love with me. Feeling her gentleness, Song Qingshu felt more and more pity for her. After some time, Cheng Ying on the shore had already finished expelling the poison. The two women found that the other two people still hadn't come up. The stream was white and misty again. They couldn't see the situation clearly at all. Brother Song, are you still not done? Cheng Ying was a little worried that something had happened to the poison in her cousin's body. Otherwise, why would it take so long? She originally wanted to call him Prince Song, but thinking that he had saved her, it would be too distant to call him young master. So she temporarily changed the way she addressed him. Almost done. Song Qingshu's voice came from the white mist. Huang Rong frowned and said with a strange expression, You are not bullying Miss Lu, are you? No. Before Song Qingshu could answer, Lu Wushuang's voice came from the white mist. Brother Song did not bully me. Huang Rong frowned slightly. She felt that her voice sounded a little strange, as if she was deliberately restraining something. But she didn't think that way. After all, in her subconscious, the two of them shouldn't be so absurd. Maybe it's because you are shy. Huang Rong couldn't help but laugh. After all, a girl woke up naked with a man. It was normal for her voice to be a little strange. At this time, Lu Wushuang's skin was still bright red. She moved closer to Song Qingshu's ear and whispered, When we get ashore, don't tell my cousin and the others what just happened. Why? Song Qingshu was actually also having a headache about how to explain to Huang Rong and the others when they got ashore, but he was still curious about Lu Wushuang's thoughts. It's too embarrassing. Lu Wushuang still couldn't believe that she was so bold and took the initiative to throw herself into his arms. If she could turn back time, she definitely wouldn't be so bold. But thinking of all the wonderful things that happened just now, she was a little dazed. You really wouldn't be so bold? What's so embarrassing about a man and a woman's love? Hearing her words, Song Qingshu suddenly became a little dissatisfied. Without the orders of my parents, without the words of a matchmaker, and in this wilderness. Lu Wushuang bit her lips until they were a little white. In short, we can't let anyone know. Only now did Song Qingshu realize that this was different from his previous world. This era was very traditional in this aspect. Every one of the rules that Lu Wushuang mentioned was a big taboo and was seen as immoral. If a normal girl did such a thing, she would be criticized by the people around her. Even her parents might not be able to tolerate her, and in more serious cases, she might be dragged into a pig cage and drowned. Lu Wushuang might be a little better as a Jianghu woman, but the strong pressure of public opinion still made her very nervous. She didn't dare to take any risk. Understanding her concerns, Song Qinshu could only nod and say, "Okay then, but it's a little unfair for you." "It's not unfair, it's all my own choice." Lu Wushuang forced a smile. She was a little disappointed because he didn't express any intention of marrying her. But then she thought about it again. In the beginning, she didn't have any extravagant requests. With this one night of pleasure, there was nothing to regret in this life. "Then let's prepare to go up. Are you ready?" Song Qinshu asked worriedly. "There shouldn't be a problem." Lu Wushuang calmed herself down and showed a trace of a shy smile. "I'll go up first. It's a little inappropriate to go up with you." Song Qinshu knew that what she said made sense. If he went up with her, the three women would probably not feel comfortable. Lu Wushuang washed off the traces on her body to make sure that no one would see anything. Then she slowly swam to the shore. "Cousin, I'm coming." Hearing her voice, Cheng Ying picked up her clothes and waited by the shore. "I'm over here." Lu Wushuang swam over. When she climbed out of the water, Cheng Ying quickly wrapped her body with the clothes. At the same time, she subconsciously glanced in the direction of the stream. Huang Rong smiled and said to Song Qinshu from afar, "Qinshu, I'll have to trouble you to wait a little longer. Let Miss Lu dry first." "Soon," Song Qinshu replied. "No problem." At first, she didn't feel it in the water. But after taking a step on the shore, Lu Wushuang felt her legs go weak. She lost her balance and fell to the ground. Fortunately, Cheng Ying reacted quickly and held her up. "Cousin, what's wrong?" "No, nothing," Lu Wushuang said guiltily. Thinking of the scene in the water just now, she felt her cheeks burning. "Maybe I stayed in the water for too long and I'm not used to it." In order to avoid being seen through by her cousin, Lu Wushuang hurriedly changed the topic. "Cousin, why did you leave me there alone?" Chapter 1450. Hearing her cousin's question, Cheng Ying blushed and felt guilty. She regretted telling Song Qinshu not to tell her that she was also poisoned. This situation was too embarrassing. "Your cultivation level is too low, so I asked Brother Song to help you," Cheng Ying said guiltily. But that situation was too shameful. Thinking of all the things that happened later, Lu Wushuang sighed sincerely. Huang Rong pursed her lips and smiled when she saw the two sisters grumbling at each other. All right. It was an emergency. Don't take it to heart." The two girls nodded slowly. Cheng Ying pulled Lu Wushuang's hand and suddenly asked, "Hey Wushuang, why is your body so hot? Aren't you poisoned?" Lu Wushuang's heart jumped and she quickly explained, "Maybe Brother Song transferred some pure yang energy into my body to help me get rid of the cold poison. However, he was embarrassed in his heart. The thing he injected into my body was so hot. To a certain extent, it could be said to be pure yang energy." Huang Rong looked at her strangely. She felt that there was something wrong with her expression. "Are you guys ready? I'm coming up." At this time, Song Qinshu's voice came from the stream. "Yes, you can come up." Cheng Ying and Lu Wushuang, one shy and the other guilty, didn't dare to make a sound. Huang Rong smiled helplessly. She could only respond. After getting permission, Song Qinshu quickly swam over and climbed ashore, dripping wet. "Come here and warm yourself. You've been soaking in the water for so long. Be careful not to let the cold enter your body." The two girls didn't say anything, so Huang Rong naturally started to take care of them. Cheng Ying looked at Huang Rong. She didn't know why, but she always felt that this senior apprentice sister cared a lot about Song Qinshu. "With my internal energy, I'm immune to heat and cold. Soaking for a while is nothing. If I soak for a while, I might like it even more." Then he secretly winked at Lu Wushuang. Lu Wushuang's face turned red. She lowered her head and didn't dare to look at his eyes. The women present were all shrewd, so Song Qinshu didn't dare to be too obvious. He quickly said, "I'm going to take off my clothes. Do you want to leave?" Cheng Ying blushed. Huang Rong couldn't help but spit. "You're always so frivolous. Go take it off yourself." Seeing that he was dripping wet, they didn't refuse his request to take off his clothes and dry them, but the women couldn't help but turn their backs. Song Qinshu chuckled and began to take off his clothes to dry on the rack. Although he could use his inner force to dry his clothes, it was not as comfortable as being baked by a natural flame. Thinking that there was a man taking off his clothes behind them, the girls felt a little uncomfortable. In order to resolve the awkwardness, Cheng Ying asked, "Senior sister, why did you appear in Mountain Inn?" "Yes, Mrs. Guo, why are you with Brother Song?" Lu Wushuang couldn't help but ask curiously. In fact, Cheng Ying also wanted to ask this question, but she was much more tactful. Only Lu Wushuang's character was more impetuous. She didn't think so much, and asked what was on her mind. Huang Rong was clever. How could she not know what the two women were thinking? So she slowly told them what happened in Linnan. She emphasized that because she couldn't appear in public, Guojing entrusted Song Qinshu to escort her back to Peach Blossom Island. Hearing that it was Guojing who entrusted it, the two women no longer had any doubts. Instead, they angrily rebuked the emperor. "How can this dog emperor be like this? Guodashia works for the country and the people. Mrs. Guo has been working hard in Xiangyang all these years, but in return, this is the result." Lu Wushuang was more straightforward and couldn't help but say angrily, "Cousin, be careful with your words." Cheng Ying hurriedly pulled her hand. "If your words spread outside, it is likely to bring disaster to the Lu family and may also expose Shiji's whereabouts." "It doesn't affect me much," Huang Rong smiled slightly, "but the Lu family is a large clan in Shanin. Many of the family members are officials in the court. If other people hear, it will indeed cause trouble for the Lu family." Lu Wushuang stuck out her tongue and said with some embarrassment, "I was wrong." At this time, Song Qinshu's voice sounded, "Zhao Go is a damn emperor. It's okay to say it in private as long as you don't tell outsiders." Seeing him speak up for her, Lu Wushuang's heart was as sweet as honey. Huang Rong said in exasperation, "You are the Qi Wang of the court. Aren't you afraid of losing your Wang title by saying such things?" They were born in this era and had a natural fear and respect for the imperial power. When she was a young girl, because of her father's influence, she didn't care much about the emperor. But after marrying Guojing, her jumpy personality gradually calmed down. The influence of etiquette was also subtly influenced by Guojing. Song Qinshu was unconcerned. "My noble title was obtained through my exceptional martial arts, 1,000 miles of land, 100,000 elite soldiers under my command, and the meritorious deed of saving the princess. It was not Zhao Go's charity." From the future, he had always looked down on Zhao Go. One reason was because of Yu Fei, and the other was that he was too cowardly in front of the Jin kingdom. Cheng Ying couldn't help but say, "Brother Song, you should be careful. Back then, General Yu's reputation was greater than yours, but in the end," Song Qinshu replied coolly, "General Yu is impeccable in both his fighting and his character. But I am not a gentleman like him. Also, the soldiers in my hands are not the soldiers of the southern Song dynasty." Huang Rong and Cheng Ying's hearts froze. They could hear the others' unspoken words. It looked like there would be a great change in the future. "That's right, why did you go to the Shin Gardens?" Song Qinshu didn't want to talk too much about this and quickly changed the topic. Cheng Ying explained, "Because Wu Shuang and Miss Shen were both in Shanin City and were considered close friends. After Miss Shen died, we went to investigate for a long time, but we didn't find anything. We decided to come back to the Shen family to see if we could find any new clues. Who knew that we would run into something like this?" Lu Wushuang suddenly thought of something and quickly asked, "What happened to the Shen family?" They were subdued by the masked man when they reached the door and didn't see what happened inside. But they didn't need to think to know that something must have happened in the Shin Gardens. Song Qingshu and Huang Rong looked at each other and could not help but sigh. The Shin family's people were all killed and Shin Furen also committed suicide to die for love. What? Lu Wushuang's body swayed and she almost fainted. She and Shin Bijuan were close friends and often went to the Shin Gardens to play. Master Shin and Shin Furen were very good to her. Now that Shin Bijuan's fate was unknown, something like this had happened to the Shin family. Who did this? Ching Ying was calmer than the others. She held Lu Wushuang and asked. I don't know, but from the way he poisoned you, it should have something to do with the Island of Heroes. Song Qingshu slowly said. The Island of Heroes? This time, even Huang Rong was moved. As the former clan leader of the beggar sect, how could she not have heard of the Isle of Chivalry's reputation? However, the Isle of Chivalry had always been secretive and elusive. Who would have thought that they would actually commit such a heinous crime this time? Song Qingshu nodded and continued. Based on their conversation earlier, they should have come for the Mandarin duck saber. Thus, he gave a rough account of what he had heard in Shin Garden. The Mandarin duck saber was taken by Bijuan. Lu Wushuang wiped her tears and stomped her feet angrily. Song Qingshu was moved and suddenly stood up. Did you see it with your own eyes? Because of his clothes, the three women had already turned around. Now that he suddenly stood up, the clothes couldn't completely cover his body. The three women cried out in alarm and turned around at the same time. Huang Rong blushed and shouted, What the hell are you doing? Song Qingshu quickly sat back down and said with an embarrassed smile, I was too excited. I'm sorry. The three women slowly calmed down. Lu Wushuang recalled, Before Bijuan left, I went to see her off. I saw her sitting in the palanquin with a saber in her hand. I was curious and asked her why she was carrying a saber. She smiled and said it was a gift for the crown prince. She was going to be the crown prince's wife, and the saber sounded auspicious. I teased her and secretly begged her to let me see it. What does the saber look like? Even Huang Rong was curious. Lu Wushuang used a branch to draw the shape of a saber on the ground. From afar, Song Qingshu saw that the shape was similar to the deer-cutting saber he saw on TV. Is there anything special about this saber? This time, Song Qingshu was more careful. He hid behind the clothes rack and only showed his head. Lu Wushuang thought about it and murmured, it's cold. It should be a saber that can cut through iron like mud. As for the rest, I don't see anything special. There was no useful information, so Song Qingshu couldn't help but feel disappointed. But then he thought about it. The Shun family had studied the Mandarin duck saber for so many years, but they still couldn't figure out its secret. It would be strange if Lu Wushuang could see anything with just a glance. After the torment of the night, the sky in the east began to brighten. Ching Ying suddenly said, This time, such a big thing happened in the Shun Garden. The whole Shanin city must be under martial law, and there may be a chain reaction in the nearby counties. Senior sister and brother Song's identities should not be exposed, so it's better to leave as soon as possible. Lu Wushuang was shocked. She had just had sex with Song Qingshu, so she didn't want to leave him so soon. But she didn't know how to make him stay, so she looked a little sad. Huang Rong also nodded and said, Junior sister, what you said makes sense. Moreover, Qingshu was going back to the north. Sending me back to Peach Blossom Island is already a waste of time. We can't be tied down by this matter. But our luggage is still in the inn. Although Song Qingshu knew that they had a point, he didn't want to leave right after getting her body. It felt like he had abandoned her. When we go back, we will help you keep it so that you won't be suspected when you are arrested. Ching Ying said as she took out some silver from her pocket and put it in Huang Rong's hand. You left in a hurry, so it must not be enough. Take this with you. Huang Rong didn't stand on ceremony and smiled. Thank you, junior sister. Seeing the two holding hands and talking, Song Qingshu put on his clothes and waved to Lu Wushuang. Wushuang, come here and let me see how your leg is recovering. Chapter 1451. Song Qingshu pretended to take her pulse, checked her feet, and deliberately said loudly, "Well, it's almost recovered." At the same time, he lowered his voice and said to her, "I'm really sorry that I have to leave so soon." Although Lu Wushuang was a little uncomfortable, she still resisted and said, "Business is more important. Anyway, I have always been here in Shanin." Song Qingshu said gently, "I'll come back to see you after I send Huang Rong." Well, Lu Wushuang's little face turned red, and a warm feeling gradually rose in her cold heart. After Huang Rong and Cheng Ying finished talking, she turned around and found the two whispering there. She couldn't help but laugh. "What are you two whispering over there?" Lu Wushuang was shocked, as if she had been caught doing something bad. On the contrary, Song Qingshu was much calmer. He replied calmly, "I'm passing a set of leg techniques to Wushuang. I hope it will help her recover." In fact, the most suitable leg technique was the whirlwind leaf sweeping kick of Peach Blossom Island. It was specially designed by Huang Yaoshe to recover from leg injuries because he regretted breaking the legs of several disciples. Unfortunately, Song Qingshu didn't know it. However, this was not difficult for him. He also knew a lot of leg technique. Originally, wave-like subtle steps was very suitable for girls to practice, but wave-like subtle steps had high requirements for internal energy. If people with insufficient internal energy forcibly used wave-like subtle steps, it was easy to be possessed by the devil and hurt themselves. Lu Wushuang's internal energy cultivation was too low, so it was not suitable for her to practice wave-like subtle steps, so in the end, he passed her the lightness skill of interchangeability. Both Ah Jiu and Xia Qingqing knew this lightness skill. Since Song Qingshu had been with them for a long time, he naturally knew it too. However, for him, the lightness skill of interchangeability was of little value. It was suitable for Lu Wushuang to pass it on. On the one hand, it would help her recover from her leg injury, and on the other hand, it would give her a life-saving skill so that she wouldn't be able to escape from danger in the future. As a person of Jianghu, Lu Wushuang had also heard of the name of the lightness skill of interchangeability. Seeing that he was passing this divine skill to her, she couldn't help but feel moved. Huang Rong and Cheng Ying, who were standing to the side, saw that he was passing on his martial arts and tactfully stood a little further away. After all, this was the unspoken rule of Jianghu. The lightness skill of interchangeability was passed on quickly, and the rest needed to be understood by Lu Wushuang herself. Lu Wushuang and Song Qingshu needed to understand it. Lu Wushuang almost cried as she watched the two of them disappear into the distance. However, she was afraid that Cheng Ying would notice something, so she could only hold back her tears. Cheng Ying suddenly said, "Cousin, why does Brother Song treat you so well? He treated your leg before, and now he even taught you the lightning of interchangeability." Cheng Ying was very attentive, and when she saw Lu Wushuang's expression, she couldn't help but feel suspicious. Lu said, Lu it, he, long time, Lu time. Cheng Ying's demure expression instantly changed, and her face turned red. "You're such a naughty girl," the two sisters started to play with each other. Their laughter washed away Lu Wushuang's sadness. Song Qingshu and Huang Rong walked for a while. Suddenly, Huang Rong's body swayed. Song Qingshu quickly helped her to sit down under a big tree. "Rong-er, what's wrong?" Song Qingshu asked. "Maybe I'm tired because I didn't sleep last night." Huang Rong laughed at herself. "After pregnancy, my body is getting worse." Song Qingshu couldn't help but laugh. "If you were as energetic as you were when you were a teenager, you would be a superwoman." Although Huang Rong had never heard of the term superwoman, she could roughly guess what it meant. She laughed and scolded him, but then she began to worry. "With our speed, we'll delay your journey. Secondly, We might be discovered by the constables of Mountain Een City. Then, there'll be a lot of trouble. Song Qingshu frowned. He knew she was worried. Unfortunately, the carriage was left in the inn. It was too late to go back and get it. Song Qingshu looked around and saw the farmers who were gradually coming out to work. He had an idea. Wait for me. Huang Rong didn't understand. She watched as Song Qingshu quickly ran into a farmer's house. Just as she was puzzled, she saw him walking out with a cow. Behind the cow was a handcart covered with straw. I can't buy a horse in the countryside. I can only use a cow cart, Song Qingshu said with a grin. As if to cooperate with him, the cow even mooed twice. Huang Rong couldn't help but laugh. I can't believe you thought of that. Come on, do you want to try riding on the cow? Song Qingshu patted the cow's back and said with an evil smile. Bah, I don't want to ride the cow. Huang Rong spat and stood up from the tree with a red face. What's wrong with riding the cow? There's something magical about riding the cow. Song Qingshu grumbled. I rode the cow out of Hangu Pass in the past. Don't talk nonsense. Huang Rong rolled her eyes. She walked to the cow cart and looked at the cart filled with straw. Song Qingshu walked over. Let's make do with it. At least the straw is soft. I'm not that delicate. I was a beggar in the past. Huang Rong snorted. She tried to climb up the cow cart. However, it was inconvenient because of her big belly. She tried a few times but couldn't climb up. Let me help you. Song Qingshu didn't wait for her response. He smiled and picked her up. Ah! By the time Huang Rong reacted, she was already in a pile of straw. She couldn't help but say, You, Song Qingshu sat in front. Sit tight. Let's ride the cow to Peach Blossom Island. The cow cart slowly started moving. Huang Rong touched her burning cheeks. In order to dispel the awkwardness in her heart, she changed the topic. Didn't the government forbid the private sale of cattle? How did you buy the cow? There are policies and countermeasures. As long as there's enough money, those people will find a way to deal with it. Song Qingshu smiled. What's more, in this chaotic world, the government doesn't have much control over the local areas. I see. Huang Rong nodded thoughtfully. Suddenly, she said, You seem to be very good to Miss Lu. You treated her legs and gave her the peerless qigong. Do you like her? Song Qingshu's heart trembled. He knew that she was meticulous and had probably noticed something. However, he had already cultivated to the realm of remaining calm even if Mount Tai collapsed in front of him. He said naturally, If Rong-er wants to learn, I can also teach you. Bah, who wants to learn your martial arts? Huang Rong's cheeks turned red. Sure enough, her attention was diverted. The two chatted for a while. Song Qingshu noticed that Huang Rong's eyes were half closed. He couldn't help but smile. Let's not talk anymore. You should take the time to sleep. Huang Rong didn't insist. She was too tired. After being pregnant, she was already sleepy. Moreover, she had been busy all night. She lay down on the pile of straw and slept. Song Qingshu took some straw and spread it on her body as a quilt. He drove the ox cart leisurely. The two drove the ox cart like this. When they were tired, they would rest in a nearby town. If they couldn't find a place to stay, they would snuggle up to each other in the ox cart for the night. At first, Huang Rong was still a little vigilant. However, seeing that Song Qingshu didn't touch her anymore, she gradually acquiesced in this situation. The two went all the way south. After a few days, they arrived at the seaside. Song Qingshu originally wanted to give the ox cart to a nearby farmer, but Huang Rong refused. She said that she had developed feelings for the ox cart and wanted to bring it to Peach Blossom Island. Song Qingshu was stunned. He thought, How can I bring such a big ox to Peach Blossom Island? Huang Rong didn't care. She stroked the ox's neck with a very gentle expression. It was as if she was reminiscing the carefree time along the way. In the end, Huang Rong found a small boat. When the ox came up, the whole boat sank. Song Qingshu couldn't help but break out in cold sweat. Won't the boat capsize if it encounters a storm? Shoo! Huang Rong hurriedly made a shushing gesture. It's taboo to hear the word capsize on a boat. People along the coast don't capsize when they eat fish. As expected, the boatman stared at him with an unfriendly expression. Song Qingshu smiled awkwardly. So there is such a taboo. Don't worry. I've walked this path many times. Don't be afraid. Huang Rong couldn't help but comfort him. I'll just cross the sea on a reed. What's there to be afraid of? Although Song Qingshu's words were tough, he was actually a little scared. In his previous life, he always took a big cruise ship. Even the last time he went to the Island of Heroes, he took a big boat. Now, this was a small boat with a big water buffalo on it. He felt that even a wave would be dangerous. When they reached the sea, Huang Rong completely relaxed. It was as if she had returned home. She sat next to Song Qingshu at the bow of the boat. Her face was glistening. I haven't been back to Peach Blossom Island for a long time. She had spent all these years in Xiangyang and hadn't had much time to come back. This is a good opportunity to have a good rest. Faintly smelling her fragrance, Song Qingshu gradually calmed down. Peach Blossom Island is actually not far from the mainland. However, it is foggy all year round. In addition, the terrain of the sea is a little complicated. It is difficult for outsiders to find it. Huang Rong seemed to be murmuring to herself. She also seemed to be teaching Song Qingshu the way. She began to tell him all kinds of things to pay attention to and how to distinguish directions on the sea. Song Qingshu silently memorized it. Finally, he couldn't help but laugh. Rong you taught me the way to Peach Blossom Island. Aren't you afraid that I will sneak up to the island to find you? Huang Rong rolled her eyes at him. I know that you will be going north to the Golden Snake Camp. You have so many things to do. Do you have time to sneak up to Peach Blossom Island? Song Qingshu smiled bitterly. I really don't. Huang Rong continued. No matter what, you are my and Brother Jing's friend. This time, you sent me back from thousands of miles away. Maybe I will need you to pick me up next time. Song Qingshu looked at her quietly. He didn't know whether she was trying to convince herself or him. Gradually, he seemed to understand something and couldn't help but laugh. Chapter 1452. As soon as they reached the shore, the ox also jumped down. As for the boatman, he hurriedly rowed the boat away. Obviously he was extremely scared. Song Qingshu could not help laughing. He had heard that the people on the beach feared Peach Blossom Island as if it was a snake or a scorpion. They did not dare to come within 40 li of the island. If he mentioned Peach Blossom Island's name, no matter how much money he offered, no boat would dare to come. Halfway through the boat, the boatman realized something was wrong. He was about to turn the boat around, but Huang Rong with a dagger in her hand forced him to row the boat. The boatman had heard many rumors about Peach Blossom Island. He said that the master of the island killed without batting an eye and loved to dig out people's liver, lungs and intestines. As soon as he saw the two of them come ashore, he quickly steered the boat back and wanted to escape. Huang Rong took out a silver ingot and threw it. Dang! It landed on the bow. The boatman did not expect to receive such a generous reward. He was overjoyed, but he did not dare to stop by the island. I didn't expect that after you, husband and wife, have been heroes for so long, these boatmen are still afraid of Peach Blossom Island. Song Qingshu could not help but tease them. Huang Rong blushed. In a small town on the border, the information is not smooth. This was a rumor her father deliberately spread because he did not want outsiders to get close to the island. Who would have thought that after so many years, these boatmen still had lingering fears? Song Qingshu smiled. Suddenly, he smelled the fragrance of flowers in the sea breeze. Looking into the distance, he saw that the island was lush and green. There was a mass of green, a mass of red, a mass of yellow, a mass of purple, and a mass of blooming flowers. Huang Rong smiled sweetly. Is the scenery here good? Song Qinshu sighed. I have never seen so many beautiful flowers in my life. Actually, this was not entirely true. In his previous life, the flowers in the botanical garden and some city gardens were not inferior to this place, but he could not go back. Huang Rong was very proud of herself. She laughed and said, "In the 3rd month of spring, when the peach blossoms on the island are in full bloom, it will be very beautiful. Although my father's martial art skill is not the best in the world, his skill in growing flowers is definitely the best in the world. Huang Yaosher's knowledge is like a celestial being, it is indeed admirable." Speaking of growing flowers, Song Qinshu could not help but think of Li Qingluo of Mantua Villa. But her main job was to grow camellias, so her comprehensive knowledge was far inferior to Huang Yaosher's. She wondered how she and Xiao Long Nu were doing in Azhou. Seeing that he was lost in thought, Huang Rong's eyes flashed a crafty glint. She suddenly ran into the forest. He saw her turn east and west among the flowers, and in a flash she disappeared without a trace. Song Qinshu furrowed his brows and slowly followed. After walking for about 100 feet, he immediately lost his sense of direction. He saw that there were small paths in all directions, but he didn't know which one to take. After walking for a while, he felt as if he had returned to the same place. Only now did he remember the description of the Peach Blossom Island in the original work. He knew that Huang Yaosher had set up the island, with the opening and closing of yin and yang, the reversal of qian and kuan. If he got lost and wandered aimlessly, it would only get worse and worse. He was not in a hurry. He sat under a peach tree and rested, waiting for Huang Rong to pick him up. But after sitting for a while, there was still no movement. It was quiet all around, unexpectedly not a single shadow could be seen. He suddenly realized that Huang Rong must have deliberately used the maze on Peach Blossom Island to mess with him. "It's just a maze, how can it trap me?" Song Qinshu coldly snorted and leaped to the top of a tree. He looked around. To the south was the sea, to the west was a barren rock, to the east and north were blossoming trees of different colors, without an end in sight. Song Qinshu was startled. No matter how big Peach Blossom Island was, it was still a small island. How could there be no end to it? He did not believe it. He carefully looked around, trying to figure out the pattern of the arrangement of the peach trees. Unfortunately, he only looked dizzy and his eyes blurred. Between the blossoming trees, there were no white walls or black tiles, no smoke or dogs barking. It was so quiet that it was very strange. What was even more troublesome was that there was a faint white fog in the peach trees, which could easily affect one's vision. Huang Yaosher is an expert in the art of Qi Men Dun Jia. His reputation is not in vain. Song Qinshu secretly sighed. Huang Yaosher had made full use of the geographical environment and perfectly integrated the fog on the island into the formation. He did not know whether this skill could be used on the battlefield. If it could, it would be like the legendary 8 trigrams formation of Zhuge, which could block thousands of troops and horses. When Huang Rong returned home, she first arranged for the mute servant to go to the shore and bring back the cow. Then she secretly thought, "I wonder how he is in the forest." But soon she snorted coldly, "This bastard treated me like that, it's good to let him suffer a little. What did I do to you?" Suddenly a mocking voice came from the air. Huang Rong looked up and flew down from the air. Soon she stood in front of him. She could not help but be surprised. "How did you get out of the forest?" The maze-like forest was her father's life's work. Not only could it trap ordinary people, but it could also trap masters. Huang Yaosher had deliberately prevented masters from using their lightness skills to go to the top of the trees to check. But in such a short time, how could Song Qinshu break out of the formation? "You also know Qimen Dunjia?" Huang Rong hurriedly asked. In her opinion, this was the only possibility, and his attainment was not low. "Of course I don't know this kind of profound thing." Song Qinshu smiled slightly, But the most terrible thing about this kind of maze is that you can see the whole picture. As long as you see the overall layout, it will be very easy to find the way out." "That's impossible," Huang Rong exclaimed. "My father deliberately forgot about this. Even if the people inside climbed to the top of the tree, as far as the eye can see, the terrain everywhere is the same." Song Qingshu lightly replied, "It's just because those people did not climb high enough." Huang Rong was startled and suddenly realized that the person in front of her was a person who could go up to the sky to pray for rain. If he rose into the air, no matter how ingenious the arrangement was, it would be useless against him. "Is this the place where you grew up? It really is like a paradise on earth." Song Qingshu looked around and showed a look of admiration. Huang Rong smiled faintly. "Let me show you around." Back on Peach Blossom Island, Huang Rong was in a very good mood, and even her energy was slightly better. She began to show Song Qingshu around Peach Blossom Island, even pointing to certain places and telling him about her childhood. She was very happy as she talked. Looking at her carefree expression, Song Qingshu sighed inwardly. All these years, she had racked her brains in Xiangyang and did not dare to relax. It was only here that she did not have to think about those complicated issues and could show her true self. As they passed by the maze-like forest, Huang Rong also began to explain in detail the essence of the formation, the various positions of the 8 diagrams, and the correct way to move without reaching a point. Song Qingshu found that there were many times when there was clearly no path in front of him, but Huang Rong could forcibly lead him through it. He could not help but secretly admire Huang Yaoshi's uncanny workmanship, to be able to perfectly deceive people's eyes. "Your father is really a genius. I really want to talk with him for 3 days and 3 nights." Song Qingshu sincerely sighed. Huang Rong pouted and recovered some of the playfulness of a young girl. "You want to see my father now, but when you really see him, maybe he will break your legs." Song Qingshu was stunned. "I have no quarrel with him, why would he hit me?" Huang Rong blushed. "Shouldn't he hit you because of what you did to me?" After saying that, her heart beat faster, and she hurried forward. Song Qingshu was secretly happy, because he knew that Huang Rong had been secretive about what happened in the Jin Kingdom previously, but now she took the initiative to mention it. It seemed to be a good sign. Seeing that she was about to disappear into the woods, Song Qingshu was worried that he would get lost again, so he hurriedly followed. Huang Rong seemed to be satisfied after teasing him once, and did not deliberately try to shake him off. Instead, she deliberately slowed down to wait for him. Soon, they arrived at the seaside. Huang Rong sat on a rock and looked at the blue sea in the distance. She could not help but murmur, "I haven't looked at the sea so quietly for many years." Song Qingshu looked at her tired expression and could not help but feel pity for her. All these years, she and Guojing had guarded Xiangyang together and won the respect of the Han people. Everyone called her Lady Huang or Madame Guo, but behind this respect was the fact that she had spent the most precious years of her life as a woman. Which woman in the world didn't want to spend the rest of her life in front of flowers and under the moonlight? Which woman in the world didn't want to go sightseeing and live a carefree and happy life? Take advantage of this time to stay on Peach Blossom Island for a while, and go back to the Central Plains after you give birth, Song Qingshu said with concern. Yes. After the previous few incidents, Huang Rong was indeed a little afraid, and was ready to rest on Peach Blossom Island. Seeing that she was so focused on the sea, Song Qingshu considerately stopped talking and sat beside her, quietly watching the sea with her. They sat like this for a long time, and the sea breeze gradually became stronger. Huang Rong tightened her clothes and said, "Let's go back." Song Qingshu nodded, "Okay." He was the first to stand up, and then he stretched out his hand in front of her. Huang Rong was startled, and after a moment of hesitation, she finally put her hand in his and let him pull her up. "Is this how you usually lie to girls?" After standing up, Huang Rong blushed and withdrew her hand without a trace. Song Qingshu smiled bitterly. In my hometown, this is a kind of etiquette, a man showing his gentlemanly attitude to a woman. It seems that the men in your hometown are all good at lying to women. Huang Rong spat and suddenly realized, how can there be such a custom in Xiangyang? Mount Wudong was in Hubei, not far from Xiangyang. Huang Rong had lived in Xiangyang for many years, and naturally knew the customs there like the back of her hand. Mount Wudong is not my home. Song Qingshu sighed softly, looking very lonely. He was thinking that he would never be able to return to that colorful world again. For a moment, he was very sad. Huang Rong misunderstood his meaning. She thought that he was still brooding over being expelled by Mount Wudong. For a moment, she did not know how to comfort him. Aren't you curious about what I was thinking about when I was watching the sea for so long? Huang Rong finally decided to say something to divert his attention. What were you thinking about? Song Qingshu was indeed a little curious. After all, she must have been sitting there for 4 to 4 hours, and he did not know how she, as lively and active as she was, could sit there for so long. I wasn't thinking about anything. Huang Rong smiled, and it was more beautiful than the flowers in the forest. Are you kidding me? Hearing her answer, Song Qingshu suddenly became a little speechless. Huang Rong shook her head. I really wasn't thinking about anything. My mind was blank and my whole body seemed to be empty. That feeling was very comfortable. I have never been so relaxed before. You have really worked hard these years. Song Qingshu sighed. Chapter 1453. What's wrong? Song Qingshu was confused. Huang Rong hurriedly explained, I haven't lived on Peach Blossom Island for a long time, so I've forgotten to check the weather here. There were a lot of seabirds resting on the coast just now. Under normal circumstances, they should be hunting for food at this time. Why are they resting so early? Is it possible that a storm is coming? Song Qingshu was stunned. You can predict a storm just like that? What if the birds are just tired of flying? Although the sky was a bit gloomy, the sea was calm, and it didn't seem like a typhoon was coming. Seeing that he was unmoved, Huang Rong was angry and anxious. She pulled him back as she said, Of course it's not just that. Normally, the wind blows from the island to the sea at night, and from the sea to the island during the day. But today, the wind is blowing in the opposite direction, which means that a storm is coming. Song Qingshu was shocked. As a general, he had to know the sky and the earth, and he was too far behind in this aspect. If he encountered a situation like this in a naval battle in the future, it would be terrible if he didn't notice it in advance. Just as he was about to say something, a sudden gust of wind blew so hard that he couldn't even open his eyes. Song Qingshu looked towards the sea and saw that the sea was turbulent. A boundless black cloud was rapidly approaching from the horizon, and he could faintly see lightning and thunder within it. Song Qingshu couldn't help but be stunned. This change is too fast. The sky was clear for thousands of miles just now. Huang Rong smiled bitterly. The weather on the sea is always like this. It changes in an instant. But today's change is too abnormal. I'm afraid it's a big storm that hasn't been seen in decades. Let's go. Song Qingshu secretly clicked his tongue. In his previous life, he would hear all kinds of exaggerated typhoons ravaging the coast every year. He didn't expect to be so unlucky as to encounter one so coincidentally. Huang Rong no longer spoke. She pulled Song Qingshu and ran home through the woods. It was a pity that they had been walking and had reached the farthest end of the island. They would not be able to return for a while. Song Qingshu's lightness kung fu was not bad, but this Peach Blossom Island was full of traps, and he did not know the way. Even if he wanted to speed up, he could not. Originally, he could fly in the air, but the wind was so strong that he could not stand steadily. If he flew in the air, he would not have anything to borrow strength from. He was very worried that he would be blown into the sea by the wind. If he was alone, he might have given it a try. However, Huang Rong was with him now and she was pregnant. If she were to fall from midair, the consequences would be unimaginable, so he didn't dare take the risk. Just like that, the two of them jogged all the way. Suddenly, Huang Rong stopped and held her stomach with a pained expression. "What's wrong?" Song Qinshu asked hurriedly. "Is it because of the pregnancy?" Huang Rong nodded and said weakly, "Maybe." Song Qinshu did not dare to be negligent. He hurriedly pushed her blood and slowly transferred his qi into her body. After a long time, she opened her eyes. "It's okay. Let's continue," Huang Rong said tiredly. Song Qinshu slightly frowned. "How about I carry you? Otherwise, the pregnancy will be affected again." Hearing his words, Huang Rong blushed and shook her head. Although her voice was a little weak, her tone was very firm. "No, I can walk by myself." Song Qinshu knew that she did not want to have too much physical contact with him. He smiled bitterly and did not force her. He walked behind her. However, after this delay, the storm had already arrived. Next, Song Qinshu could be said to have seen what was called a torrential downpour. When the rain came down, the two of them instantly became like drowned rats. Coupled with the strong wind, visibility was reduced to only a few meters. Fortunately, Song Qinshu's martial arts were profound. Suddenly, he felt a sense of foreboding and directly blocked in front of Huang Rong. He struck the air with his palm. At this time, a big tree fell down and with the force of his palm, it flew 10 feet away. "No, it's too dangerous to walk like this. Who knows when a big tree or a falling stone will fall? I may not be able to find it every time," Song Qinshu shouted in Huang Rong's ear. At this time, the wind was raging everywhere. Even if he was close, if he did not shout, he would not be able to hear it. "I know a place. Come with me." Huang Rong obviously agreed with his judgment. She pulled him to the side of a small path. At this time, she did not care about the fact that men and women should not touch each other. The visibility was too low. In addition, there was a maze on the island. If the two of them were 3 to 5 meters apart, it was estimated that they would lose each other in the next second. Song Qinshu protected her, using his body to block most of the wind for her. From time to time, he would brush away some broken branches, sand and stones in the air. "Quickly go in." After walking for a while, Huang Rong suddenly said. Only now did Song Qinshu see that there was a stone house in front of him. It was completely different from the houses he had seen before. He could not help but feel strange. Why is there such a stone house in the middle of the forest? And why is it so strange? When he walked closer, his expression suddenly changed. It turned out that he saw it clearly. In front of him was not a stone house, but a stone grave. In front of the grave was a tombstone with the words, "Peach Blossom Island's Lady Feng's grave," written on it. It seems that this is the resting place of Huang Yaoshi's wife, Feng Heng. Song Qinshu did not expect to come here, and for a moment he was stunned. "Quickly come in." Huang Rong opened a door next to the grave and hurriedly called for him to go in. Song Qinshu knew that ordinary people's tombs only had one division, but some emperors' tombs were built like palaces, with a large space inside. Although Huang Yaoshi could not use as much manpower and resources as the emperor, it was obvious that he was not like ordinary people, and the space inside was still quite large. After entering the door, Huang Rong smoothly closed it, and the raging wind and rain from before were instantly isolated outside. Song Qinshu could not help but sigh. No wonder the primitive people in the early days wanted to build a house. It was indeed more secure inside. Song Qinshu looked around, and his attention was quickly attracted by the coffin in the middle of the room. He knew that the person lying inside should be Feng Heng. He saw Huang Rong walk over, kneel on the ground and kowtow. "Mother, I came back to see you." In the early years, every time she came back here, she would cry like a person in tears. Now, as she grew older, her endurance had improved, but her face was still full of sadness. Suddenly she heard 2 bangs, and saw that Song Qingshu was also kneeling beside her, kowtowing. She could not help but be dumbfounded. "What are you kowtowing for?" "You have kowtowed, of course I also have to kowtow," Song Qingshu said seriously. Huang Rong's face instantly flushed red, and she was suddenly ashamed and angry. Nonsense. It should be known that in this world, only her husband, her man, would follow her and kowtow to her mother. She did not know what to do with Song Qingshu's behavior. "Rong you don't need to think too much." Song Qingshu smiled slightly. "I have long heard of your mother's deeds, and I am full of admiration for her. As a junior, it is only right that I pay my respects to her." Huang Rong snorted, but she could not vent her anger. Seeing his respect for her mother, her eyes could not help but soften a little. After paying respects to her mother, Huang Rong walked to the door and gently opened the stone door. Looking at the scene of the storm outside, she could not help but look worried. "I don't know when the storm will stop. You grew up by the sea. Don't you have a general guess?" Song Qingshu also walked over. Huang Rong shook her head. "It's hard to say. Sometimes it will pass in one day, and sometimes it may last for about 10 days. We can only leave it to fate." Because of the opening of the door, the wind outside blew in, and Huang Rong could not help but shiver. It turned out that it was raining heavily just now. Although the two of them ran all the way, they were still drenched. It was fine in the wind and rain just now, but now that they were free, they instantly found that their clothes were tightly stuck to their bodies. When the wind blew, it was bone-chilling. Seeing that Huang Rong was shivering, Song Qingshu planned to put his coat on her. However, looking at the wet clothes, he could not help but smile bitterly and could only give up. "I don't know when the wind and rain will stop. It looks like we won't be able to get out for a while. Let's start a fire and dry our clothes first," Song Qingshu said. "Start a fire here?" Huang Rong was a little hesitant. After all, this was her mother's mausoleum. Song Qingshu advised, "You are pregnant right now, and your body's resistance is not good. If you are not careful and catch a cold, not only you, but the child in your stomach will also be in danger. Your mother's spirit in heaven will definitely not want her daughter and grandson to be in danger." If she was alone, Huang Rong might really have forced it. However, when she thought of the child in her stomach, her maternal instincts made her finally agree. Song Qingshu began to collect the materials. The wind and rain outside were so strong that the branches and wood were already wet and could not be used. Fortunately, there were still a lot of things that could be collected in the mausoleum. Originally, Song Qingshu wanted to use the incense burner table in front of the coffin, but Huang Rong flatly refused. Fortunately, there were enough wood collected from other places, so he did not insist. The fire was quickly started, and the two of them immediately felt a little warmth. "Take off your clothes and dry them. It's easy to get sick with wet clothes sticking to your body," Song Qingshu said. "Ah!" Huang Rong could not help but look at him in shock. Song Qingshu could not help but roll his eyes. "Wasn't it the same 2 days ago outside of Shanin City? Your own thoughts are not pure." Huang Rong almost suffocated to death. Who was the one who was not pure? She could not help but feel a little moved by his suggestion. "Don't worry, I won't peek at you. I am a very righteous person." Song Qingshu knew of her worries and added. Huang Rong unhappily glanced at him. "What kind of righteous person are you?" However, during this period of time, he had been very polite to her. Moreover, when she thought of the matter at the outskirts of Shanin City, she hesitated for a moment before finally nodding her head. "Then go over there and don't look back." Song Qingshu spread out his hands. "Don't worry." As he said this, he went around to the other side of the coffin, as if he had disappeared without a trace. Huang Rong let out a sigh of relief. She rustled and began to take off her clothes. While holding the dress in front of her body, she carefully looked to the other side. Seeing that he was not peeking, she felt relieved and began to warm herself by the fire. While you're at it, help me dry my clothes. At this time, a bundle of clothes was thrown over from the other side. Huang Rong instinctively caught it in her hands. When she looked at it, she could not help but feel ashamed and angry. You also took off your clothes? This chapter happened to be writing about a terrifying storm, but in reality there was an earthquake. Chapter 1454. What else? Song Qingshu's voice came from the other side. I'm wet and uncomfortable, so I have to take off my clothes and dry them. Thinking that you probably don't want me to dry them together, I have to trouble you to dry them for me. I'm not talking about that. Huang Rong stood up angrily. She suddenly realized that she was naked and quickly shrank back. I'm talking about my mother's mausoleum. You're a man. How can you take off your clothes and be naked here? How improper. Song Qingshu replied in all seriousness. Your mother is a legendary woman. How could she be prejudiced like the rest of the world? What's more, she's an elder. I'm just a child in her eyes. Rong, don't you think it's improper to see naked children on the street? Huang Rong didn't expect him to be so self-righteous. She almost fainted from anger. You're twisting words and forcing logic. Song Qingshu smiled awkwardly. All right. Hurry up and dry my clothes. I'll put them on earlier. Huang Rong had experienced his rascality before. She knew that he would not be able to dry his wet clothes at this time. In addition, she thought that he was drenched in the rain to protect her. She felt a little sorry in her heart. After a dissatisfied snort, she still dried his clothes for him. Thinking that Huang Rong was naked on the other side at this time, and all kinds of things about the Jin kingdom appeared in his mind, Song Qingshu couldn't help but feel a little restless. However, he had already made up his mind not to offend her. He hurriedly held his breath and gradually calmed his surging emotions. The atmosphere was a little awkward. Song Qingshu broke the silence. Such a big storm. I don't know when we can return to the Central Plains. It depends on whether the storm will be smaller tomorrow. I can't tell for now. When Huang Rong thought that he might stay here with her for a longer time, she felt nervous and a little expectant. When she realized her feelings, she couldn't help but be shocked. She kept comforting herself that it was because she had a lively temperament and hated being alone. There were only various deaf and dumb servants on the island, and having a friend would always be a little more interesting. I see. Song Qingshu felt a little melancholy. It had taken him a lot of time to send Huang Rong to Peach Blossom Island. Now the Southern Song dynasty was about to launch a northern expedition, and the Jin kingdom was waiting for him to go back and organize the overall situation. It would be troublesome if they were delayed here by the storm. Hearing the disappointment in his voice, Huang Rong suddenly got angry. Don't you think Peach Blossom Island is beautiful? Of course it's beautiful. Unfortunately, the storm came before we could enjoy it, Song Qingshu replied. At this moment, Huang Rong also realized that there was something wrong with her emotions. Secretly shocked, she shut her mouth and no longer spoke. Only the crackling sound of firewood could be heard in the chamber. Song Qingshu was not used to this kind of strange silence. He couldn't help but say, by the way, the mazes and traps on Peach Blossom Island should be your means of self-protection. You told me all of them. Didn't you guard against me at all? Huang Rong's heart skipped a beat. Just now, when she told him about the various traps, she was more proud and showed off. She really didn't think of guarding against him. But she didn't want to admit it. With your ability to walk in the air, even if I didn't tell you, these mazes and traps wouldn't have been able to stop you. Besides, you are a friend of my husband and wife, and you've saved us several times. It's not a big deal to tell you these things. Really? Hearing that she deliberately mentioned the word husband and wife, Song Qingshu knew that she was secretly warning him. He couldn't help feeling a little lost. At this time, the faint sound of a flute was heard in the air. Song Qingshu was startled. He thought he had heard wrong. After all, there was a storm outside. How could there be a flute sound? But it didn't take long for him to confirm that it was indeed the sound of a flute. Although there was a storm outside, the quality of the sound was not affected at all. It was very clear to their ears. "Oh no! My father is back," Huang Rong whispered. Song Qingshu looked surprised. Old heretic Huang is really old heretic Huang. He actually played the flute in the storm. I can't catch up with his musical ability. You still have the mood to talk about music at this time? Hurry up and put on your clothes. Huang Rong suddenly became anxious. She knew that Huang Yaoshi had always disliked her brother Jing. Ever since she and her brother Jing got married, he moved away from Peach Blossom Island and traveled around the world. He hadn't returned to the island for more than 10 years. She didn't know why he suddenly came back this time, and also at such an embarrassing time. She was now naked in the same room with a man. What would happen if her father ran into her? Even if she did it with her husband, her father would probably be furious. With his temper, he would definitely not tolerate another man appearing naked in his wife's mausoleum. Huang Yaoshi had an eccentric personality. Once he found out what was happening inside, he would definitely be furious and kill Song Qingshu. However, Song Qingshu's martial arts were extremely high. If they really fought to the death, her father would probably lose. But her father was so arrogant that he would rather die than admit defeat. If that really happened, it would be too late for regret. At this moment, Huang Rong's mind flashed with all kinds of possibilities. No matter which one it was, she could not accept it. At this time, the sound of the flute was getting closer. It was obvious that Huang Yaoshi was near the mausoleum. Huang Rong didn't dare to hesitate. She directly pulled Song Qingshu and hid in the dark. "Shu, don't make a sound. Don't let him find you." Huang Rong's heart was in her throat. Song Qingshu was dumbfounded. He felt a warm and fragrant body next to him. For a moment, he was speechless. Only then did Huang Rong realize that she didn't have time to put on her clothes. At this moment, her body was completely exposed in front of him. She almost fainted. It was said that a pregnant woman would be stupid for 3 years. She would never have made this kind of mistake in the past. Of course, there was another reason. After all, the two of them had already had the most intimate relationship during that time in the Jin Kingdom. So, although she kept a distance from him rationally, she subconsciously didn't think that it was a big deal to let him see her body again. "Hurry up and put out the fire." Huang Rong was about to cry. She didn't have time to say anything else because she knew that after her father mourned outside, he would definitely come in to see her mother. So, she hurriedly pushed the dumbfounded man beside her. Song Qingshu swallowed his saliva. However, he also understood that this was a matter of life and death. He waved his hand and directly put out the firewood. Then, he took some stones and soil and piled them on top of the ashes. Not long after doing all this, the door of the tomb opened and Huang Yaoshi walked in. Song Qingshu and Huang Rong shrank back at the same time. They didn't even dare to move for fear that he would hear them. "Hunger, I'm back to see you again." Huang Yaoshi's voice was full of loneliness. He was narrating his endless yearning and the helplessness of being separated by yin and yang. Song Qingshu, who was hiding in the dark, secretly sighed. Huang Yaoshi was really a person who cared about his feelings. He couldn't help but feel that he was a close friend. Huang Rong glared at him, indicating that he should cover his ears and not listen. After all, this was her father telling her mother about his yearning. It was not good for an outsider to hear it. Song Qingshu, however, looked at her with a smile that was not a smile. Her smooth and round shoulders, her voluptuous figure, especially her exquisite snow-white skin, seemed to glow faintly in the darkness. Only then did Huang Rong realize her situation. She subconsciously crossed her arms in front of her chest. Her face instantly turned red. "Don't look." She had cultivated the 9 Yin manual to the primary level, so she naturally had the ability to transmit her voice. Song Qingshu smiled. This time, I didn't take advantage of you. You took the initiative to pull me here. In fact, it was you who took advantage of me. You bastard! Huang Rong's pretty face turned red. However, her line of sight accidentally fell on his body. She was so shy that she instantly turned her face away. Why don't you put on your clothes first? Song Qingshu tentatively suggested. No, Huang Rong instinctively replied. However, she instantly realized the ambiguity in her word. She hurriedly explained, My father's martial arts are very high. I'm afraid even the slightest movement can't escape his ears. Song Qingshu roughly guessed Huang Rong's thoughts at the moment. He smiled slightly and didn't say anything. Instead, he quietly enjoyed the scenery in front of him. He had tried his best to remind her, but now that a peach blossom had come to his door, he didn't need to pretend to be a saint. At this moment, Huang Rong was simply inconsolable. She thought that if her father saw this scene, she would simply not want to live. She incessantly prayed in her heart that her father would quickly leave after paying his respects to her mother so that she could put on her clothes. Unfortunately, Huang Yaosher didn't hear her voice. He stood in front of the coffin and poured out his thoughts. These years, I haven't been on Peach Blossom Island. Speaking of which, it's your daughter's fault for finding such a stupid son-in-law. Every time I see that stupid boy, I get annoyed and have to move out. Out of sight, out of mind. In the dark, Song Qingshu had a strange expression on his face. It was as if he was trying to stifle his laughter. Huang Rong was also embarrassed. She knew that her father didn't like Guojing very much, but she really didn't know what to do in this situation. Huang Yaosher sighed. Heng you are so smart, I am so smart, and your daughter is also smart. But why does she like this stupid boy? Could it be that this is the punishment that the heavens have for our family? Song Qingshu couldn't help but secretly laugh when he heard that his father was doubting his life. However, Huang Yaosher's worries were not without reason. It must be known that Sima Yi and his sons were all extremely smart and intelligent, but their descendants' intelligence was very worrying. They were either average or mentally retarded. Some people joked that the three of them had used up the intelligence of the Sima family. Huang Yaosher must be thinking the same thing at this moment. At this moment, Huang Rong wished that there was a hole in the ground to hide in. She really wanted to jump out and stop her father from continuing, but she also knew that it was impossible. Fortunately, Huang Yaosher changed the topic and began to praise Guojing again. Although that boy is stupid, he is loyal and upright. Now he has become a hero respected by the people. Heng if you can see it from heaven, you should be happy to have such a son-in-law. All along, Huang Rong had thought that her father hated her husband. Now that she saw that her father was full of admiration for her brother Jing, her eyes couldn't help but turn red. She was happy and excited. Chapter 1455. Hearing Huang Yaosher's words, Song Qingshu gave Huang Rong a strange look and winked at her. Huang Rong was so embarrassed that she wanted to find a hole to hide in. Unfortunately, she could not refute him and could only turn her face away. Song Qingshu secretly sighed. Huang Yaosher's reason was that he admired his son-in-law's love for the country and its people, but as a father, he still felt sorry for his daughter. Not caring about the family was probably Guojing's only flaw. After all, in the original, The Return of the Condor Heroes, Huang Rong was in danger many times. When she needed her husband's protection the most, he was busy with Xiangyang's business and was not by her side. If it was not for the main characters Halo and Yangguo's help, Huang Rong's fate would have been very miserable. This was also a point that many fans of Huang Rong in the forums in the future were complaining about. After talking about his daughter and son-in-law, Huang Yaosher began to reminisce about the past with his wife. In the end, he sighed and took out his jade flute to play, expressing his longing for her. Song Qingshu secretly sighed. Although he was not an expert in music, he could hear that this song was extraordinary. After a while, the tune of the flute changed. It was like a smile, like a low voice, soft and gentle. Song Qingshu's heart skipped a beat. He was stunned and thought, this tune is a bit strange. Why is it so pleasant to the ears? He had heard all kinds of classical and pop music in his previous world. To tell the truth, it was hard for the songs in this world to make him feel amazed. But this song was an exception. He heard the flute's sound becoming more and more hurried, as if urging him to dance. Song Qingshu listened for a while longer. He felt his face and ears turn red and his veins open. He could not help but be shocked. He sat on the ground and circulated his internal energy. In the beginning, he only felt his heart wavering. Several times he wanted to jump up and dance, but after a while, his mind gradually calmed down. Afterwards, his mind and spirit came together. His mind became clear, without a speck of dust. No matter how much his flute played, to his ears, it was like the waves in the sea, or the wind in the treetops. Song Qingshu slowly opened his eyes. In his heart, he had already understood that the flute must have been the famous melody of the rising tide. In fact, at his level, it could be said that he was impervious to all external evils, but the melody of the rising tide was very special. It aroused one's deepest desires. In the past, Zhou Badong, who was far more powerful than Guojing, was unable to withstand the melody of the rising tide. Guojing, on the other hand, was able to withstand it because Zhou Badong had experienced intercourse between a man and a woman. Compared to Zhou Badong, Song Qingshu was more passionate about the matters between men and women. If he was careless and aroused, it might get out of hand. Fortunately, Song Qingshu's internal energy was more profound than Huang Yaoshi's. Just now, when his emotions were aroused, he was able to calm his body. While he was pondering, he suddenly heard a sound of heavy breathing. He turned his head and saw Huang Rong's cheeks were red and her eyes looked as if they were about to burst into tears. Her whole body felt as if her bones had melted. She was half leaning, half lying on his chest. At this time, the flute's sound was moving and lingering. It sounded like a woman sighing, moaning, and then softly moaning. The flute's melody was even more enchanting than before. At this moment, Huang Rong's mind was filled with the scene of their wedding night, and then she recalled the incident in the Jin kingdom. Following the change of the flute's melody, her mind was filled with all kinds of scenes of the Jin kingdom. After all, that was the most shocking, exciting, and frightening thing to her. Therefore, her impression of it was much deeper than other things. Influenced by the melody of the rising tide, it was as if she had returned to that scene. Huang Rong's white skin had unknowingly been dyed with a layer of captivating red. Even though she was not wearing any clothes, she was still sweating and her eyes were blurred. Feeling the blazing yang energy next to her, she could not help but twist into his arms, and at the same time she could not help kissing him. Song Qingshu was almost kissed to the point of qigong deviation. It was not easy for him to calm his mind. He hastily used the secret voice-sending technique to say, "Rong wake up." Unfortunately, Huang Rong seemed to have fallen into a trance and did not respond to his call. Song Qingshu could feel that her body was boiling hot, and he knew that she had been aroused by the melody of the rising tide. If he didn't treat her immediately, she would suffer from a serious illness at the very least, or even die from qi deviation at the very worst. He did not dare to delay. He hurriedly resisted the temptation with great willpower while continuously injecting genuine qi into her body to calm down the surging qi in her body. How powerful was Song Qingshu now, coupled with the fact that he had encountered a lot of similar things. Although most of the women in the past were under an aphrodisiac, the effect of the melody of the rising tide was not much different from those drugs. He had already found a set of ways to resolve it. He slowly adjusted Huang Rong's body with the qi of yin and yang, and she finally gradually recovered her consciousness. Huang Rong slowly opened her eyes and found that she was in Song Qingshu's arms, and even took the initiative to wrap around him. Their skin contact was not at all hindered, and she almost screamed out of fear. However, she still had some memories of what had happened just now. She knew that it was not Song Qingshu who was plotting against her, but she took the initiative to throw herself into his arms. When she realized this, she almost fainted and wished that she would not wake up. At this time, she did not know how to face this man. Subconsciously, she wanted to stay away from him, but it seemed that she had exhausted all her strength. At this moment, her whole body was weak and weak. Just as she propped herself up, she fell into Song Qingshu's arms again. At this moment, suddenly, Huang Yaoshe shouted, "Which scoundrel are you? Come out!" At the beginning, he missed his wife so much that he did not notice that there was someone in the tomb. However, when he played the melody of the rising tide and recalled the past of him and his wife, the sound of the flute accidentally aroused Huang Rong's passion. Naturally, her heavy breathing could not be hidden from Huang Yaoshe's eyes and ears. When he realized that there was someone in the tomb, Huang Yaoshe was furious. However, because he was holding a memorial ceremony for his wife, he did not want to stop the song. He planned to settle the score with the person after the song was over. However, he did not intend to let the person have an easy time. Later on, he deliberately increased his internal energy and tried to use the melody of the rising tide to disturb the person's mind. After all, intruding into his wife's tomb and disturbing her rest had already touched his reverse scale. Even if he did not lose his mind, he would still have to gouge out his eyes, cut off his tongue, and break his limbs to appease the hatred in his heart. Huang Yaoshe did not suspect that the person was Huang Rong. After all, Huang Rong and Guojing were inseparable, and she had not returned to Peach Blossom Island for many years. Moreover, if it was really Huang Rong, she would have come out when he first came in. She would not hide like this. Therefore, he did not show any mercy. But what Huang Yaoshe did not expect was that the person who was clearly unable to hold on for a while suddenly calmed down. Even when Huang Yaoshe used his internal energy again, it did not affect the person in the slightest. At the same time, the anger in his heart grew stronger and stronger. After the song ended, he could not help but attack the person in the dark. Hearing the sound of something breaking through the air, Song Qingshu knew that he was in trouble. He knew that Huang Yaoshe had discovered him, so he did not hide anymore. He directly grabbed the clothes on the side and wrapped them around Huang Rong's body. At the same time, he pulled his own clothes and wrapped them around his waist. At this time, Huang Yaoshe had already struck out with his palm. Song Qingshu had no choice but to raise his palm to meet the attack. With a loud bang, the entire tomb seemed to shake. "Why is there another person?" At this moment, Huang Yaoshe's eyes had already caught a glimpse of the figure of another person, but he did not see Huang Rong's appearance clearly. Even so, he was extremely shocked. He clearly felt that there was only one person, but why was there another person out of nowhere? Was this person proficient in the art of hiding their breath, or was their internal energy higher than his? Song Qingshu hurriedly took advantage of this opportunity to explain. "Island Master Huang, in fact, all of this is a misunderstanding. In the past, when he watched TV series, he could not help but complain about the people in the series. Why did they always say some useless nonsense instead of the main point? Only when he was in the situation did he understand that this kind of tense situation was all an instinctive reaction." After the initial shock, Huang Yaoshe had already recognized Huang Rong. After a moment of astonishment, his eyes fell on her exposed fragrant shoulders. He could see that she had carelessly covered her chest with her clothes. Then he saw that Song Qingshu's upper body was bare, and his lower body was also carelessly covered by a piece of clothing. Huang Yaoshe instantly became furious. "Die, you pervert!" After saying that, he pounced on Song Qingshu, using his most powerful attack. Song Qingshu's expression turned cold. Facing the full-strength attack of one of the 5 masters, he did not dare to be careless. He hastily raised his hand to meet the attack. The two of them exchanged dozens of blows in an instant, and there were even several times when they were in danger. Huang Rong, who was watching from the side, was ashamed, angry, and worried. "Don't fight anymore, Rong this pervert dares to bully you. Today, I will cut him into 1,000 pieces." Huang Yaoshi was still in a state of rage. He thought that his daughter was being defiled by this man, so he did not have the slightest bit of his usual elegant demeanor. After saying that, he picked up the jade flute in his hand and hit the acupoints on Song Qingshu's body. His posture was elegant, as if he was dancing. Although his sword style was elegant, it was full of murderous intent. If he was hit by it, he was afraid that if he did not die, he would be seriously injured. Song Qingshu was also secretly complaining. At this time, he was holding an apron to cover his lower body, and only had one hand to fight the enemy. Because his pants were not properly worn, it was difficult for him to use his swift movements. Of course, if Song Qingshu was shameless enough, he could also run around, but when he thought that Huang Rong and Huang Yaoshi would see him naked, he felt a chill run down his spine. Therefore, he could only move and dodge, guarding his position. Huang Yaoshi had been famous for many years, so he was not easy to deal with. He had also immersed himself in the jade flute swordsmanship for many years. At this time, when he displayed it, he was not inferior to the top swordsman in Jianghu. Even with Song Qingshu's realm, it was still a headache to deal with this. After fighting for dozens of moves, he finally saw an opportunity and used his sword energy to cut off a small part of the jade flute. Huang Yaoshi was slightly startled, but his decades of experience in Jianghu was not easy to deal with. In a flash, he used the divine flicking finger technique and flicked the small part of the jade flute. The jade flute shot out like an arrow and hit the back of Song Qingshu's leg. Chapter 1456. Don't! Huang Rong cried out when she saw this shocking scene. In fact, she was also very conflicted. When they were in the Jin Kingdom, she wanted nothing more than to kill Song Qingshu, but now, she didn't want to see anything happen to him. Even though he heard his daughter's cry, Huang Yaoshi did not show any mercy and sent out a palm strike. Song Qingshu did not panic. He slowly raised his hand and used the 9 manual's flying silk to deflect Huang Yaoshi's palm strike to the side. Huang Yaoshi's full-strength attack fell on empty air. He felt the blood in his body churning and his breathing stagnating. Although it was only for a short moment, it was enough for Song Qingshu. Song Qingshu took advantage of the situation to counterattack. He used his solitary yang finger to poke Huang Yaoshi's body. But just as he was about to poke Huang Yaoshi's acupoint, he suddenly realized that Huang Yaoshi was a proud man. He had already gone too far with Huang Rong. If he poked Huang Yaoshi's acupoint as well, wouldn't he be offending him? Because of this hesitation, Huang Yaoshi reacted. He used his divine flicking finger and hit Huang Yaoshi's solitary yang finger. "Father Qingshu, stop!" Huang Rong hastily put on her clothes behind the coffin. She quickly spread her arms and stood between the two. Seeing his daughter blocking his way, Huang Yaoshi frowned. He clasped his hands behind his back and did not continue his attack. In fact, he was also shocked. The person in front of him could only use one hand and his lower body could not move. How could he be evenly matched with him? One had to know that Zhou Baodong could be said to be the number one of the 5 greats after learning the 9 manual. Even though he was fighting Huang Yaoshi with only one hand, he was still heavily injured and vomiting blood. Now, seeing this young man in front of him fight evenly with him with only one hand, how could Huang Yaoshi not be shocked? "Island Master Huang, you misunderstand. We were just taking shelter from the rain. The storm outside was too strong and we were soaked. We had to take off our clothes to dry ourselves. Song Qingshu took this opportunity to explain. Huang Yaoshi's face was full of anger. A man and a woman alone in a room. What a scandal! Song Qingshu smiled bitterly. We have always been respectful and did not offend Rong, your daughter. He was secretly glad that he had changed the way he addressed Huang Yaoshi. If he had called her Rong he was afraid that Huang Yaoshi would have exploded again. After all, Rong was too intimate. Huang Yaoshi did not even look at him. He turned to Huang Rong and asked, Rong is what he said true? Huang Rong blushed and nodded awkwardly. Nothing happened between us. Huang Yaoshi's expression softened a little. He looked at Song Qingshu from head to toe and said, Who are you? Based on your martial arts, you must not be a nameless person. Song Qingshu tugged at the clothes around his waist as he bowed awkwardly. Junior Song Qingshu greets Island Master Huang. So you are the Golden Snake King who has been in the limelight for the past 2 years, Huang Yaoshi coldly snorted. You don't need to call me junior. With your martial arts, I don't dare to treat you as a junior. At the same time, he was suddenly enlightened. No wonder this person's martial arts were so high at such a young age. It was him. Quickly put on your clothes. What a scandal! Huang Yaoshi did not know why, but he felt that he was not pleasing to the eye. Song Qingshu smiled awkwardly and hurriedly pulled up his clothes and pants to hide behind the coffin. Then, he started to put them on. Huang Yaoshi pulled his daughter to the side. Rong why did you return to Peach Blossom Island? Why are you alone? Where is Guojing? Huang Rong told him about what happened in Linan. Huang Yaoshi coldly snorted again and again. Zhao Guo, that incapable ruler, is really hopeless. But he knew that his daughter was a scheming person. He comforted her. Rong this is a blessing in disguise. What was Yu Fei's position in the army? Wasn't he wrongly killed by Zhao Guo? Although Jing did not obtain military power in Sichuan, it was not necessarily a bad thing. Island Master Huang is right. Song Qingshu had already put on his clothes and came out. Huang Yaoshi's face sank. He turned his head away and ignored him. Are you okay? Huang Rong could not help but ask. After all, she had never seen her father so angry. He used all his strength and Song Qingshu could only block with one hand. She did not know if he was injured. Don't worry. Island Master Huang showed mercy. I am fine. Song Qingshu smiled. Huang Yaoshi coldly snorted. Don't flatter me. I did not show mercy. I used all my strength but I could not hurt you. He was arrogant and did not want to take advantage of this situation. Song Qingshu smiled awkwardly, but Huang Rong looked at him in shock. Although she had guessed that his martial arts were higher than her father's, she did not expect that he would be able to fight evenly with her father with only one hand. Huang Yaoshi frowned and looked at Huang Rong. He was very smart and keenly realized that his daughter seemed to care too much about this man. Especially when he thought that she was worried about him and not him, her father, first. This made him very unhappy. No wonder people say that my daughter is a waste of money. Huang Yaoshi was very angry. Originally, he did not have any preference for a son. On the contrary, he preferred his daughter. But whether it was Guojing or Song Qingshu, Huang Rong always sided with an outsider, which made him very unhappy. Suddenly, Huang Yaoshi thought of something and his face changed. You lied to me. Just now, the two of you were hugging each other. He remembered that when he fought earlier, he vaguely saw the two of them hugging each other tightly. Father! Huang Rong was so embarrassed that she stamped her feet. She wished that there was a hole in the ground to hide in. We were fine, but who knew that you would suddenly appear? I was worried that you would misunderstand, so I had to hide in the dark. If you have a clear conscience, why are you hiding? Huang Yaoshi's face darkened. You were the one who was affected by my melody of the rising tide. Yes. Huang Rong lowered her head like an ostrich. It was as if she had returned to her childhood when she was scolded by her father for doing something wrong. Huang Yaoshi did not need to think to know what had happened between his daughter and the two of them hugging each other naked. He almost fainted from anger. Rong, you are usually so smart. How can you be so muddle-headed this time? I was in a hurry and did not react in time. Huang Rong curled her lips. She was also depressed. If her father had not suddenly appeared, she would not have fallen into such an embarrassing situation. As the saying goes, no one knows a daughter better than her father. Huang Yaoshi looked at her from the corner of his eyes. According to what you said, it is my fault. Huang Rong hurriedly shook her head. I dare not. Huang Yaoshi no longer looked at her. He turned his head and glared at Song Qingshu. Song, get out of Peach Blossom Island immediately. Song Qingshu's expression changed slightly. Before he could say anything, Huang Rong hurriedly said, Father, there is a big storm outside. You know how dangerous the sea is. How can he leave at this time? Don't tell me you want me to make him stay as an honored guest? Huang Yaoshi was so angry that he laughed. If he did not redress General Yu's grievances, I would have risked my life to take him down with me. He knew very well that Song Qingshu could fight evenly with him with only one hand. If he used both hands, he would not be able to defeat him. But after all, he was one of the 5 masters of Jianghu for many years. Naturally, he had some tricks up his sleeve. If he wanted to take Song Qingshu down with him, there was still a chance. But there is a big storm on the sea and there is no boat. If we let him leave now, won't we take his life? Huang Rong was angry and anxious. She tried to change her father's mind. Huang Yaoshi coldly said, Doesn't Jianghu say that he can call the wind and summon the rain? Can't he just use one of his skills and leave? Huang Rong anxiously stamped her feet. Father, you are deliberately making things difficult for me. Song Qingshu stopped her and said, Island Master Huang is the owner of this place. Since you've already asked me to leave, there's no reason for me to stay. Now that I've brought you back safely, I've accomplished my task. I'll take my leave now. Ignoring Huang Rong's urging, he opened the stone door of the tomb and disappeared into the wind and rain without looking back. Huang Rong ran to the door and watched his back disappear. She turned her head and stared at her father. Father! Huang Yaoshi glared at her. The older you get, the more outrageous you become. At that time, you insisted on marrying Guojing. No matter how you looked at it, it could be said that you were in love with him. But who would have thought that you would become bolder and bolder? Now you actually did something like this. Huang Rong felt a little guilty. What did I do? She asked. Huang Yaoshi coldly laughed. Your father is not that stupid Guojing. You can fool others with your lies, but you can't fool your father. Nothing happened between us, Huang Rong said anxiously. Huang Yaoshi looked at her deeply. I know your temperament the best. If you did not have an intimate relationship, you would not have taken off your clothes in front of a stranger. Even if you really wanted to dry your clothes. If it wasn't to dry my clothes, what else could it be? Huang Rong's voice involuntarily lowered. Don't think so badly of your daughter. Huang Yaoshi also sighed. Ronger, at this stage you still want to hide it from me? Huang Rong opened her mouth, but did not know how to explain. She knew that her father was a scholarly man. Even the most reasonable excuse would not be able to fool him. Is he the person you saw in the Jin Kingdom? Huang Yaoshi suddenly asked. When he and Zhou Badong were passing through the Jin border, they happened to see a masked man holding her in the air. At that time, he could see that the two of them were very intimate and were not being held hostage by the masked man. He was worried that the matter would be exposed and deliberately sent Zhou Badong away. Huang Rong opened her mouth and reluctantly admitted, Yes. How did you get along? Huang Yaoshi asked. Huang Rong wanted to deny it, but under her father's penetrating gaze, she finally broke down. She threw herself into his arms and cried, Father! Chapter 1457. That bastard, how could he take advantage of you so much? Huang Yaoshi suddenly became furious and slammed his palm on the stone railing next to him, immediately shattering it. He didn't do it on purpose that night. Everything can only be said to be a joke of fate, not to mention that he saved Mai and Jing Ji's lives many times. Huang Rong also told her father many things that happened later, especially this time in Lin. In fact, she didn't understand why she was speaking up for that person, but seeing her father so angry, she couldn't help but explain for Song Qingshu. Huang Yaoshi looked at her deeply and said, "Do you already have feelings for him?" Huang Rong's expression changed slightly and hurriedly shook her head. "No, absolutely not." Huang Yaoshi looked at her deeply and no longer spoke. After a long silence, he finally opened his mouth and said, "Rong who is the child in your belly?" Huang Rong's body trembled, and she said with a red face, "Of course it's Jing Ji. Really?" Huang Yaoshi's eyes seemed to be able to see through people's hearts. Huang Rong bit her lip and said, "Anyway, the child will be surnamed Gua." Huang Yaoshi thought for a moment and didn't pursue this topic. Instead, he changed the topic. "Does Gua Jing know about this?" Huang Rong shook her head blankly. "I didn't tell him." Huang Yaoshi sighed. "Although I have always disliked Gua Jing, I also admit that he is an indomitable hero. You can't hide this from him forever. What's the point of telling him about this? In addition to adding to his troubles, it will cause irreparable cracks in our relationship." Huang Rong's attitude was very firm. "I will never let him know about this. I will use the rest of my life to make up for what I owe him." Huang Yaoshi shook his head. "This is what I am most worried about. You are barely able to maintain this marriage, and in the end, you will only be left with more guilt and debt. You will never be able to return to that pure love. Will you really be happy like this? Moreover, this matter is not your fault. Based on my understanding of Gua Jing, if you tell him the truth, he won't blame you. Instead of living a life full of lies and guilt, it is better to tell him the truth and completely untie this knot in his heart." Huang Rong's face was a bit pale. "Father, don't force me. I really can't tell him this kind of thing." Huang Yaoshi looked at her deeply and said, "It seems that you have fallen in love with that Song fellow." "I didn't," Huang Rong hurriedly denied. Huang Yaoshi walked to the entrance of the tomb and opened the stone door. He looked at the howling storm outside. After a long time, he said, "You're in a dilemma now. Reason tells you that you can't do anything to hurt Gua Jing, but you can't control your emotions. I know what you're worried about. Not only are you worried about hurting Gua Jing, but you're also worried about being despised by the whole world. But you're my daughter. As long as you really like him, you can break off your marriage with Gua Jing and be with Song Qingshu. Even if the whole world despises you, I will support you." Huang Rong looked at him in surprise. "Father, you admire Song Qingshu so much?" A trace of anger flashed across Huang Yaoshi's face. "I don't admire him." He also realized that he had lost his composure. He snorted coldly and continued, "I just don't want you to live in regret and hesitation. I'll help you make a choice. You can either cut off all ties with Song Qingshu and tell Gua Jing everything. That way, you won't have to worry about Song Qingshu bothering you in the future. Or, it's better to get the pain over with. You can break up with Gua Jing and let Song Qingshu marry you. That way, you will be completely free and your child will have a biological father." Huang Rong's face was so red that it was about to drip water. "Father, I told you that the child is not," Huang Yaoshi directly interrupted her. All right. You don't have to worry so much in front of your mother. Think carefully about what you should choose." Huang Rong took a deep breath and replied firmly, "I've already thought about it. Of course, I choose Brother Jing." Huang Yaoshi stared into her eyes and said coldly, "Well, if that Song fellow bothers you in the future, I'll break his legs." Huang Rong couldn't help but murmur, "It's hard to say who will break whose legs." Huang Yaoshi instantly frowned. "What did you say?" Huang Rong stuck out her tongue as if she had returned to her childhood. She hurriedly explained with a smile, "Father, no matter what, Song Qinshu saved my life and brother Jing's. He is also our friend. How can we not contact each other at all? If brother Jing asks, I don't know how to explain it." "You're silly. You've been intimate before. If you keep in contact with him, you might make a mistake and do something you'll regret." Huang Yaoshe was angry. "No, I know what I'm doing," Huang Rong said stubbornly. "I hope so." Huang Yaoshe sighed. At this time, the storm outside seemed to have subsided. He continued, "Let's go home now. Your clothes should still be wet, right? Go back and take a hot bath and change your clothes." "Okay." Huang Rong's face turned red, but she was secretly moved. Although her father had been scolding her, he still cared about her body. He was worried that she would catch a cold because of wet clothes. Huang Yaoshe picked up the straw raincoat he had just left at the door and draped it over his daughter's body. He protected her all the way home. He hurriedly ordered the servants to prepare hot water and clean clothes for her to take a bath. He then rushed back to his room to make a prescription for her. Huang Rong was lying in the bathtub. Her whole body was warm. She stared blankly out of the window. Although the storm had subsided a lot, it was still dangerous to go out to sea. "I don't know if he will be buried in the sea," Huang Rong muttered to herself. "Do you want me to die that much?" At this time, a teasing voice came from the room. Huang Rong turned her head in disbelief. She found that Song Qinshu was leaning on the other side of the window-sill. He was looking at her with a faint smile. "Didn't you go out to sea?" Huang Rong exclaimed. "You're the one who went out to sea." Hearing the two words, "out to sea," Song Qinshu's face darkened. "In that situation, how could I have the nerve to stay? Otherwise, your father would have risked his life to fight me. But I'm not a fool. In such a big storm, going out to sea, going out to sea to feed the fish." "So you quietly came back?" Huang Rong's eyes had a trace of a smile. "Of course. Fortunately, you explained the traps on the island to me before, so I was able to find my way here. Otherwise, if I ran into the sky in such a huge storm, I might really have been blown into the sea," Song Qinshu said happily. Huang Rong thought of something. Her hands nervously covered her chest. Her whole body shrunk under the bathtub. Only her head was exposed. "When did you come?" Song Qinshu smiled. "I know what you're worried about. Don't worry, I didn't see anything." Huang Rong secretly breathed a sigh of relief. But when she heard his next words, she almost fainted. "In any case, I've seen everything that I shouldn't have seen." "You!" Huang Rong's breathing quickened. Her eyes were full of anger. Okay. Hurry up and take a bath. I'm soaked and uncomfortable. I also want to take a bath," Song Qinshu said as he pulled at the wet clothes on his body. He had a disgusted expression on his face. "Don't mess around. My father is not far away. I'm going to shout." Huang Rong was frightened. Her body hid under the water even more. Song Qinshu looked at her angrily. "What are you thinking? I'm not going to take a bath with you. I just want you to wash me after you're done." Huang Rong's face turned red. She flatly refused. "No." "Why?" Song Qinshu said blankly. "I've already washed this water. How can I give it to you?" Huang Rong bit her lip. "Then what should I do? Do you want the servants to prepare another bucket of water? Your father is a smart person. He will definitely think of something." Song Qinshu waved his hand. He thought that he was considerate. "Don't worry. I won't dislike your bathwater." Huang Rong almost fainted from anger. "What do you mean you won't dislike me? I'm clearly the one who dislikes you. How can a woman's bathwater be given to a man?" However, she also knew that what Song Qinshu said made sense. If she got another bucket of water, with her father's intelligence, he would definitely notice that something was wrong. Seeing his drenched body, she knew that the dignified Prince of Qi would not be in such a sorry state if he had not sent her back. Sighing inwardly, Huang Rong said, "Then wait a moment." "Okay. Take your time. I'm not in a hurry." Song Qinshu calmly leaned against the windowsill. His expression was very carefree. Huang Rong thought to herself, "With you here, how can I wash slowly?" Although he didn't look at her, she still felt very uncomfortable. She glanced at the screen on the side, picked up the towel next to her, and wrapped it around the screen, pulling it over to block the two of them. Song Qinshu could not help but feel a little depressed. "You don't believe in my character." Huang Rong spat and jokingly scolded, "What kind of character do you have to speak of?" Song Qinshu snorted. "I didn't offend you on the way here, did I? Then what about the sedan that left the Han residence?" Huang Rong's words made him speechless. As the saying goes, knowing one's mistakes and correcting them is the greatest virtue. "Didn't I correct them later on?" Song Qinshu grumbled with dissatisfaction. "It is precisely because your actions later on could be considered a gentleman that I politely allowed you to stay in the room. Otherwise, do you think that I would tolerate you so much?" Huang Rong quickly wiped her body. Hiding behind the screen, she began to put on her clothes. At this moment, tears streamed down Song Qinshu's cheeks. Good people will be rewarded. The ancients were not deceiving. If it was before, she would definitely not have agreed to change clothes and dry herself in the same room with him, much less allow him to stay in the room while she was bathing. Although he could not see her, he could sense that she was in a hurry to put on her clothes. Song Qinshu could not help but remind her, "Don't be in a hurry. I won't peek. You are pregnant. The floor is slippery. Be careful not to fall." Huang Rong's heart warmed. "I know." Chapter 1458. Song Qinshu couldn't help but exclaim, "Rong-er, you're so beautiful." Huang Rong's heart skipped a beat. She suddenly felt that it was a mistake to let him stay here. "I'm not one of those little girls who can be deceived by you. Hurry up and wash yourself. I'll find some clean clothes for you." Song Qinshu jumped down from the windowsill. "These wet clothes are really uncomfortable." He quickly took off his clothes and crawled into the bathtub. Huang Rong's face turned red. She hurriedly went to the side to find some clothes. "This water smells so good." Song Qinshu couldn't help but sigh as he shook the water in the bathtub. Hearing his words, Huang Rong almost fell down. She found a set of clothes from the wardrobe and threw it at his face. "Hurry up and wash. Don't talk so much." Song Qinshu's eyes were sharp and his hands were quick to catch it. He smiled and said, "Is this Brother Gua's clothes?" Huang Rong nodded. "It's old clothes from before. I hope you don't mind." Song Qinshu smiled. "Since it's something that Brother Gua used, it must be of excellent quality. Why would I mind?" Huang Rong angrily glared at him. With her intelligence, how could she not understand the hidden meaning behind his words? She was about to explode in anger when Huang Yaosher's voice came from outside. "Rong-er, come out to eat when you are done. Father has specially boiled some medicine for you to relieve the cold." "I'm coming," Huang Rong replied. Then she stared at Song Qinshu and whispered, "I'll go out first. Be smart and don't make any noise." Song Qinshu waved his hand. "Don't worry. I don't want to be driven out by your father again." Huang Rong put on a coat and walked out. At the same time, she carefully closed the door. After she left, Song Qinshu felt a little dull. Even the water in the bathtub had lost some of its color. He quickly washed and climbed out to put on his clothes. Not long after, a few mute servants pushed open the door and moved the bathtub and other things out. Song Qinshu, who was hiding in the closet, couldn't help but be glad that he was fast enough. Otherwise, if he was hit by these mute servants, it would really be a little troublesome. After the mute servants packed up and left, Song Qinshu was bored to death and was too lazy to come out of the wardrobe. Perhaps it was because he was too tired in the past few days, but after staying in the wardrobe for a while, he felt sleepy and simply lay down and fell asleep. After an unknown amount of time, Huang Rong pushed the door open and came in. She saw that everything inside had been cleaned up, and even the bathtub was gone. Her expression changed slightly, and at the same time, she blamed herself. It was all because of him that she didn't expect the servants to come and clean up. Did he leave? Huang Rong closed the door and looked around the room. She couldn't see Song Qinshu, so she couldn't help but mutter to herself. She even ran to the window where Song Qinshu had appeared earlier and opened it to check. Unfortunately, she still could not hear his voice. It seems that he's really gone. Huang Rong sat down at the table and faintly sighed. Did you suddenly realize that you can't bear to leave me? At this time, she suddenly heard a teasing voice. Huang Rong was startled. She turned around and found Song Qinshu sitting in the wardrobe, looking at her with a faint smile. You want to die? Huang Rong lightly patted her chest and said angrily, Don't you know that a pregnant person can't take a fright? Song Qinshu's expression changed slightly. He hurriedly jumped out of the wardrobe and asked with concern, Are you okay? I'm fine. Huang Rong involuntarily pulled away from him. In order to resolve the awkwardness, she took out something from her pocket and handed it to him. You haven't eaten today. You must be hungry. This is for you. Song Qinshu took it and saw that it was a handkerchief wrapped with some exquisite snack. However, because it was wrapped in the handkerchief and kept in his pocket, many of the snacks were damaged. He raised his eyebrows and said with a smile, There's still your body temperature. It's warm. Huang Rong blushed and reached out to take it back. Forget it if you don't want to eat it. Song Qinshu moved faster. He pulled his hand back and dodged. Who said I don't want to eat it? As he spoke, he threw a piece into his mouth and said in a muffled voice, Well, the snacks on Peach Blossom Island are really delicious. Hearing his praise, Huang Rong smiled. She thoughtfully poured a glass of water and handed it to him. Be careful. Don't choke. Song Qinshu drank the water in one gulp and couldn't help but sigh. A wife is really more considerate than a girl. Huang Rong glared at him with her beautiful eyes. She was obviously a little dissatisfied with the way he addressed her. My father is very smart. I didn't dare to bring food and wine for you under his eyes. I could only find some snacks in the kitchen. You have to make do with it. I'm not that precious. Song Qinshu waved the snacks in his hand. Moreover, this is very delicious. Did you make it? In your dreams. I don't have the time. Huang Rong rolled her eyes. Song Qinshu regretfully shook his head. I've long heard that Rong Er's cooking is unparalleled in the world. It's a pity that I've never had the luck to taste the food you made. Huang Rong opened her mouth, but in the end, she didn't promise anything. Oh no, what if my father suddenly passes by and hears your voice? Huang Rong suddenly realized this big problem. Song Qinshu shook his head. Don't worry. I'm fully activated now. If someone comes near, I'll notice it in advance. Huang Rong looked at him in surprise. But my father is not an ordinary master. She had spoken very tactfully. Huang Yaoshi was one of the 5 greats of the Central Plains. He was one of the top masters in the world. Therefore, she was very worried that Song Qinshu wouldn't be able to notice him in time. It shouldn't be a problem, Song Qinshu lightly said. There was a kind of transcendent temperament in his tone. Huang Rong showed a strange expression. Finally, she sighed. I don't know how you practice martial arts at such a young age, Song Qinshu said with a smile. In fact, I don't mind telling you how I practice martial arts. I'm just afraid that you won't want to hear it. Huang Rong was stunned. How could I not want to hear it? She was also a person of Jianghu. Moreover, she had always been curious about the unknown. How could she not want to know such a secret? Come closer. I'll tell you. Song Qinshu's smile seemed to hide something else. Unexpectedly, not only did Huang Rong not come closer, but she also shrank back. She looked at him with some wariness. Why do you want to come so close? Song Qingshu said mysteriously. As the saying goes, the secret cannot be passed to 6 ears. If you're not interested, then forget it. Huang Rong showed an expression of struggle. In the end, the curiosity in her heart won. She hesitantly moved closer. Don't try to fool me. Song Qingshu smiled, and just as he moved closer to her ear, he asked. There was a faint fragrance on her body. He couldn't help but sigh that Huang Rong was indeed a combination of heaven and earth. Even though she had been married for many years, her body was still much more fragrant than most girls. The martial arts I practice requires. Song Qingshu whispered in her ear. His lips seemed to touch her earlobe. Feeling the hot breath of the man next to her, Huang Rong's white neck was visible to the naked eye. She hurriedly moved back. Forget it. I don't want to hear it any more. Song Qingshu shrugged and didn't force her. In order to dispel the awkward atmosphere in the room, Huang Rong deliberately led the topic to other places. Then the two of them casually chatted. They talked like this for a long time. Huang Rong yawned and suddenly asked, Where will you sleep tonight? Song Qingshu looked at her quietly. I don't know if you will take me in. Huang Rong spat and said with a red face, How can I take you in? Song Qingshu pointed to the storm outside, which still showed no signs of stopping. But the storm outside is so strong, and it's raining so heavily. You won't be so cruel to drive me out, will you? I will take you to the room of Xiaowu and Xiaowu. Huang Rong stood up and said. It should be known that the Peach Blossom Island used to be the home of her husband and wife, Kuzhini, Guofu, Xiaowu, and a group of servants. How could there be a lack of houses? Song Qingshu frowned. Xiaowu and Xiaowu? No, I am worried that I will be contaminated by their bad luck. Huang Rong almost choked. In fact, she was not very satisfied with the two silly apprentices. She thought that it was normal for a person like Song Qingshu to look down on them. Then I will take you to live in eunuch Ku's room. Huang Rong added, because he is Brother Jing's master, Brother Jing respects him very much. He has prepared the best room for him. Recently, he has gone out to play, so you can live there. That stinky and stubborn blind old man? Song Qingshu snorted. I don't like him. I won't live there. If Brother Jing hears this, I am afraid he will have a good argument with you. Huang Rong pursed her lips and smiled. In fact, she did not like Kuzhini very much, but because of Guo Jing, she could not show it. Now that she heard Song Qingshu say this, she could not help but feel that he was a close friend. Forget it, I will let you live in Fu Er's room. Huang Rong said helplessly. There were many empty rooms, but because no one had lived in them, there was not even basic bedding, and there was a lot of dust. Now it was impossible to decorate it with great fanfare. After all, a little carelessness would alarm her father. As for Guofu's room, because of the incident of cutting off Yang Guo's arm some time ago, she came back to avoid the limelight and lived on Peach Blossom Island for a period of time until Huang Rong and Guo Jing were going to Lin. Huang Rong was worried that Peach Blossom Island was too close to Lin, and so she quietly told her to leave early. So not long after she left, the room was fully furnished and carefully cared for by the servants. Naturally, the conditions were the best. Song Qingshu frowned slightly. Guofu is still an unmarried girl. Is it not good for a man like me to live in her boudoir? You are a gentleman at this time. Huang Rong rolled her eyes. Why, do you want to live in my room? Song Qingshu nodded seriously. Yes, I think living here is the best choice. Huang Rong suddenly changed her expression. What? Chapter 1459. Huang Rong was furious. Didn't you just say that you would know if someone came near? Even a master like my father is no exception. Song Qingshu really wanted to swallow the words he had just said. He thought to himself that he could not show off in the future, or else it would be easy for him to shoot himself in the foot. What I said was when I was awake. How could I be so alert when I was asleep? If it was someone else, I might have noticed. But when a master like your father comes near, I'm not a god. I can't react quickly. Huang Rong frowned. She had to admit that the other party's words made sense. If he were to stay in another room, there was a high chance that he would be discovered by her father. He could only stay in her room. As the saying goes, the most dangerous place is the safest place. We're a married woman and a married man. We're alone. You can't stay here. Although Huang Rong was a little hesitant, she still refused after thinking about it. Song Qingshu shrugged and didn't continue to force her. What you said makes sense. I'll go find a place to spend the night. You should rest early. He smiled at her and quickly disappeared out of the window. Hey, Huang Rong opened her mouth, but in the end she withdrew her hand. What could she do even if she called out to him? Could she make him stay here? Lying on the bed, Huang Rong stared at the top of the bed in a daze. She was originally very sleepy, but she couldn't fall asleep no matter what. She thought about too many things and recalled too many things. In the end, her thoughts were flying and her heart was in a mess. Boom! Suddenly, a white flash of lightning flashed outside the window, followed by a horrible thunder. The power of heaven and earth was on full display at this moment. Huang Rong struggled. Finally, she sat up on the bed, put on her clothes and picked up the umbrella. She couldn't stop worrying. She decided to go out and check on Song Qingshu. It's raining heavily. I wonder where he is. Huang Rong bit her lips and stood there in a daze for a while. Peach Blossom Island wasn't small. It wasn't easy to find a person. But Huang Rong wasn't going to wander around. She thought carefully. He didn't want to stay in another room. Did he go back to my mother's tomb? That's the safest place. No, he just took a bath and changed his clothes. He shouldn't rush into the rain again. It's uncomfortable to be drenched. Huang Rong denied her initial guess and finally decided to look in the nearby rooms. As soon as she opened the door, Huang Rong felt a chill even though she was wrapped in a coat. But she still walked out and searched in those empty rooms. She first looked for her daughter's room but found nothing. Then she went to the rooms of Xiaowu and Xiaowu, but she still found nothing. Suddenly, she thought that Qin Haodong only ate a few cakes today. Could he have gone to the kitchen? Huang Rong lifted her skirt and walked quickly to the kitchen. She didn't expect that she would run into Huang Rong. It's so late. What are you doing here? Huang Yaoshe looked at her. Huang Rong reacted quickly and answered without hesitation, I'm suddenly hungry, so I'm going to the kitchen to cook something. You can ask the mute servants to do it. Huang Yaoshe looked at his daughter with pity. It's not convenient for you to do this when you're pregnant. Huang Rong didn't lower her voice because she was worried that Song Qingshu was hiding in the kitchen. She hoped that he would hear the noise and hide in advance. Not bad. Those people can't catch up with you when it comes to cooking. Huang Yaoshe nodded. I'll go with you. I can help you. Not bad. In terms of cooking skills, those people can't catch up to you. Huang Yaoshe nodded. I'll go with you. I can even help you. Huang Yaoshe snorted. His face was a little ugly. It's because of Song Qingshu. I suspect that he hasn't left the island, so I'm looking around. Huang Yaoshe snorted. His complexion was somewhat unsightly. It's all because of that brat Song Qingshu. I suspect that he hasn't left the island, so I'm looking around. Huang Yaoshe snorted. His face was a little ugly. Are you worried about him? Huang Rong glanced at her. Are you worried about him? Huang Rong hurriedly shook her head and said guiltily, Why would I be worried about him? That's good. Huang Yaoshe snorted. You can't have any contact with him anymore. I know. Huang Rong pouted. She didn't know why, but she felt as if she had returned to the time when she and Jingu were in love but were separated by her father. It was a familiar feeling. I know you don't like it, but you are a married woman. Don't make a mistake. Huang Yaoshe's voice was cold as he warned her again. I know. Huang Rong was a little annoyed. She couldn't help but snort. Father, don't you like Tang Wu and Zhou Kong? Why are you like those old scholars? Huang Yaoshi's face darkened. Father doesn't care about worldly etiquette, but he cares about love. If you've made up your mind to leave Guijing, I won't say anything. But since you've chosen him, you can't have any other thoughts. Moreover, that Song boy has only been famous for a few years. He's already caused a lot of trouble in Jianghu. Even someone like me, who doesn't care about Jianghu matters, has heard a lot about him. How can such a man have true love? Huang Yaoshi loved his wife, Feng Heng, wholeheartedly. Naturally, he hated unfaithful people. So even though he didn't like Guijing, he hated frivolous wastrels like Song Qinshu even more. Alright, I'm not stupid. Huang Rong's expression darkened. In fact, she had already thought this through. The father and daughter chatted in the kitchen while cooking. They hadn't seen each other for many years and naturally had a lot to talk about. Time slowly passed. Looking at the dishes on the plate, Huang Yaoshi couldn't help but frown. You're pregnant, can you still eat these things? Huang Rong's eyes flashed. I don't know why, but I've been very hungry these days. I want to eat meat. Is that so? Huang Yaoshi looked at her thoughtfully. Father, do you want to try some? Huang Rong hurriedly asked. I don't eat at night. Huang Yaoshi shook his head. You're pregnant and the floor is slippery after the rain. I'll help you bring it to your room. No need, I'm not that delicate. Huang Rong was worried that Song Qinshu would suddenly run back to her room. How could she let her father go? Huang Yaoshi suddenly asked, You're not hiding something shameful in your room, are you? Of course not, I'm just afraid that you'll be tired. Huang Rong knew that her father had always been astute. Now that he was suspicious, if she continued to refuse, he might really guess something. I'm one of the 5 greats of the Central Plains. How can carrying something be tiring? When Huang Yaoshi mentioned his status as one of the 5 greats, he couldn't help but think of how he could only fight Song Qinshu to a draw with one hand. His face darkened. Then I'll have to trouble father. Huang Rong pursed her lips and smiled. After Huang Yaoshi sent his daughter back to her room, his sharp eyes swept the surroundings. Only then did he let out a sigh of relief. It seems that I was overthinking things. Rong is not that absurd. When Huang Rong saw that Song Qinshu wasn't there, she couldn't help but secretly let out a sigh of relief. At the same time, a bit of melancholy rose in her heart. Could it be that they were going to silently part like this? Alright, it's getting late. Eat and rest early. Father won't disturb you any longer. Dispelling the doubts in his heart, Huang Yaoshi felt relaxed. After walking to the door, he thought for a moment and then threw a lemon from his sleeve onto the table. He used a clever softness. Although he threw it from a distance, the lemon landed lightly on the table without making the slightest sound. You're pregnant. Eat so much greasy food. Be careful of nausea and vomiting. When you eat, squeeze some lemon juice to suppress it. Thank you, father. Seeing her father so caring, Huang Rong couldn't help but feel a trace of warmth in her heart. After sending off her father, Huang Rong sat down at the table. She didn't touch the food that she had painstakingly cooked. Instead, she rested her chin on her hand and stared blankly. Did he really leave? At this time, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled outside. Huang Rong's heart palpitated. She couldn't help but walk to the window and open it. Looking at the dark night sky and the storm outside, she couldn't help but frown and said, It's raining so heavily, where can you go? Are you worried about me? At this time, a voice came from below. Huang Rong was startled. She looked down and saw Song Qinshu huddled under the windowsill, looking at her with a smile. Why are you hiding here? Huang Rong was angry and amused at the same time. Although they were under the eaves, the wind and rain outside would blow from time to time. Everywhere around them was soaked. Only a foot around him was dry. Presumably, he had been using his internal energy to prevent the rain from blowing on his body. Song Qinshu smiled bitterly and said, Your father is patrolling everywhere like a thief. Where can I hide? I think your place is the safest. If you don't let me in, I can only hide in the corner outside. Looking at his pitiful appearance, Huang Rong knew that he was pretending, but she also felt a little apologetic. After all, with Song Qingshu's martial arts, he wasn't afraid of her father at all. The reason why he was hiding was mainly because he was worried about her face. Come in first, then we'll talk. Huang Rong took the umbrella to shield him from the wind and rain outside. Now that things had come to this, Song Qingshu naturally wouldn't be polite. With a light leap, he jumped in through the window and said, "What smells so good?" Huang Rong pointed at the delicacies on the table and said, "I just made it in the kitchen. If you don't mind, you can eat it." Song Qingshu was overjoyed. Rong-er's cooking is unparalleled in the world. I can't be more happy, why would I mind? He hadn't eaten much today except for a few pieces of pastries. Now he could be considered to be hungry. Did you specially make this for me? Looking at the several delicacies that looked and smelled good, Song Qingshu couldn't help but swallow his saliva. In your dreams. Huang Rong spat. It's only because I bumped into father near the kitchen. In order not to arouse his suspicion, I casually made it. Looking at her slightly red face, Song Qingshu smiled and didn't ask any more questions. His attention returned to the dishes she made. Salt and pepper mantis shrimp, stir-fried flour crab with ginger and scallion. Wait, the remaining dish is oysters? What's wrong with oysters? Huang Rong looked confused. Because this is the only seafood on the island. Chapter 1460. Hearing Song Qingshu's words, Huang Rong blushed and reached out to take it back. I'm going to throw it away. However, Song Qingshu moved faster. He put the oyster behind him and said with a smile, "It's a pity to throw away such a good thing." "It's not what you think." Huang Rong was about to cry. She was chatting with her father and cooking with a heavy heart. She took some ingredients and didn't expect there to be such a big misunderstanding. "I know you don't mean that. I'm just teasing you." Song Qingshu dodged and picked up a piece to eat. "Well, it's fresh and tender. It's really the best." Huang Rong tried several times but couldn't take the oyster back from his hand. She could only give up and sulk at the table. Song Qingshu stopped teasing her and sat down at the table again. "Rong-er, let's eat together." "Eat your head." Huang Rong glared at him. "I'm not hungry. You eat by yourself." Song Qingshu wanted to tease her a little more, but seeing her unfriendly face, he was worried that he would really annoy her, so he swallowed his words. He was already a little hungry, so he quickly finished the seafood on the table. It's really a blessing to be born by the sea. People on the mainland don't have such good food. It was difficult for him to eat such fresh seafood in the Jin Kingdom's palace. After all, there were no refrigerators or quick-freezing technology in this world. Long-distance transportation of seafood was a huge problem. "Yes, I haven't been back to Peach Blossom Island for so many years. I miss life on the island," Huang Rong said sincerely. Huang Rong said from the bottom of her heart. After all, compared to the chaos of war in Xiangyang, Peach Blossom Island had more beautiful memories. The two of them continued to chat for a while, and Huang Rong couldn't help yawning again. She felt strange in her heart. Just now, she was obviously very sleepy, but she couldn't sleep. Why did she want to sleep now that she found him? Song Qingshu also saw her fatigue. "You've been busy the whole day, and you went to cook so many dishes. You must be tired. Go and rest early." "Oh," Huang Rong responded, but she didn't move. "Then where are you going?" "Of course I'll continue to stay under the windowsill. Now that I'm full, I have more energy to resist the wind and rain." Song Qingshu smiled nonchalantly. However, Huang Rong instantly saw through his intentions. "You don't have to pretend to be pitiful. Aren't you just trying to make me feel compassionate and let you stay in the room?" Song Qingshu smiled awkwardly. "It's so stormy outside. It would be best if Rong-er could keep me in the house." Huang Rong blushed and did not speak for a long time. Just when Song Qingshu thought it was over, she suddenly said in a low voice, "Then you sleep on the floor." After saying that, she got onto the bed and lay down with her clothes on, leaving only her back view for him to see. Song Qingshu was startled at first, then overjoyed. "Thank you, Rong," or Huang Rong snorted and ignored him. After the initial joy, Song Qingshu couldn't help but feel a headache. "Do you have any extra blankets or something?" "No," Huang Rong answered rather stiffly. Song Qingshu looked at the cold floor and wondered if he really had to sleep on the floor for the whole night. After hesitating for a moment, he finally made up his mind and jumped directly onto the bed. "What are you doing?" Huang Rong was frightened by him and asked in a panic. "Don't worry, I won't do anything to offend you," Song Qingshu explained. "The main thing is that I can't sleep on the floor, so I'm borrowing your bed." Huang Rong was so angry that she laughed. "You're really insatiable. No matter how bad the floor is, it's better than under the windowsill, right? It seems that I'm too soft-hearted." Song Qingshu smiled bitterly. As the saying goes, the courageous die from overeating and the timid die from starvation. Now that things have come to this, I can only summon up the courage to try. Rong, since you've decided to be a good person, then you should be a good person until the end. No, this is improper. Huang Rong sat up with a resolute expression. "Get down," Song Qingshu said seriously. "Rong, if I really wanted to do anything to you, I had plenty of opportunities along the way. Moreover, with my martial arts, if I wanted to do anything to you now, you wouldn't be able to resist at all. Even if you alerted your father, it would be useless." "Are you threatening me?" Huang Rong's expression turned cold. Song Qingshu shook his head. "It's not a threat. I just want to make it clear to you that I have no evil intentions towards you, and I promise that I won't do anything to offend you." Huang Rong's expression changed several times. It was obvious that she was in a fierce psychological struggle. On one hand, she knew that he was not lying, but on the other hand, as a woman, it was difficult for her to accept his request. Song Qingshu suddenly revealed a bright smile. "If you still don't believe me, you can look at how pure and innocent my expression is right now. You'll know what a bright and great person I am." Huang Rong's tensed face could no longer hold back. She burst out laughing. "It's rare to see someone as thick-skinned as you. Then you agree?" Song Qingshu said happily. Huang Rong directly turned her back to him, no longer speaking. Song Qingshu knew that she was thin-skinned and didn't want to admit it, so he tactfully didn't pursue the matter. After a while, Huang Rong finally felt that something was wrong. "I'll say the ugly words first. I have a knife on me. When the time comes, you can come and cut off my hand and cut off my foot." Although she knew that there was a difference in martial arts between them, such a threat was somewhat powerless. She still wanted to clearly express her attitude. Seeing that Song Qingshu didn't answer, Huang Rong frowned. She turned around and was about to explode, but who knew that she would hear him snoring lightly. "Your acting is quite good." Huang Rong curled her lips. With her intelligence, she naturally didn't believe that Song Qingshu would fall asleep so quickly. But she also understood that he deliberately made a gesture to reassure her. If it were before, she would never agree to let Song Qingshu come to bed. But this time from Lin unto Peach Blossom Island, the time they spent together and the conversation along the way made her understand his heart. She knew that although he was a little romantic, he was not such an unscrupulous villain. In particular, some of Song Qingshu's knowledge and speech from the later generations made her admire him very much. At first, she still braced herself against him, worried that he would do something wrong. But soon she felt that her eyelids were heavy, and she became more and more sleepy. "I can't sleep, I can't sleep," Huang Rong kept telling herself. "But his breathing has stabilized. He must have fallen asleep?" At this time, another voice sounded in her mind. In this dilemma, she finally couldn't stand it and fell asleep. After a long time, Huang Rong suddenly felt something in her heart. She opened her eyes and looked to the side. She saw Song Qingshu's eyes shining in the dark. You haven't slept yet? Huang Rong looked out of the window. The sky was faintly white, which was the time when people slept most soundly. I can't sleep, Song Qingshu replied with a smile. Oh. Huang Rong didn't know what to say to him. Suddenly, Song Qingshu asked, Can I touch the baby in your belly? Huang Rong subconsciously wanted to refuse, but she didn't know why she hesitated when she was about to say it. She just said yes imperceptibly. Seeing that she acquiesced, Song Qingshu reached out and put his hand on her slightly bulging belly. Feeling the heat of his palm, Huang Rong couldn't help but tremble. Did he just kick me? Song Qingshu suddenly looked up in surprise. Huang Rong snappily smiled and said, It's only been a few months. How could he kick you? She had experienced it once and knew that it would be a few months before the child in her belly could kick someone. But I can feel him. Song Qingshu gently stroked her belly. Huang Rong's body stiffened. Although she didn't want to admit it, his hand was very gentle and felt very comfortable. She even hoped that he could touch her like this forever. After a while, his hand gradually moved up. Her heart was about to jump out of her throat. Now that things had come to this, she couldn't continue to pretend that she didn't know. She grabbed his hand and bit her lip, saying angrily, You promised before that you wouldn't offend me. If you didn't want to, of course it was an offense. If you are willing, then it naturally isn't an offense. Song Qingshu smiled like an old fox. Huang Rong opened her mouth. She clearly knew that this wouldn't do, but she didn't know why she couldn't refuse. Seeing that she acquiesced, Song Qingshu took advantage of the situation and pressed his whole body against hers. His other hand also reached over and pulled her into his embrace. Huang Rong couldn't help but admit that his hand seemed to have some kind of supreme magic. Soon, her breathing quickened and her body gradually became weak. This won't do. Her remaining rationality made her want to push him away, but when she touched his hot body, she was touched by something that made her heart palpitate. Why not? Song Qingshu moved closer to her ear and said gently. The ear was a very sensitive place for Huang Rong. Feeling the heat of his breath, her whole body trembled. Father said that if I choose Brother Jing, I must completely cut off all ties with Song Qingshu. It seems that it makes sense. Huang Rong recalled her father's warning. Let's indulge for the last time. After tonight, we will be strangers. Huang Rong made up her mind. The heavy pressure that had been weighing on her seemed to be swept away. I can give it to you, but you have to promise me one thing. Huang Rong pressed against Song Qingshu's chest and noticed the desire in his eyes. Her heart couldn't help but tremble. What thing? Song Qingshu's voice was extremely hoarse. After tonight, we will have nothing to do with each other, Huang Rong murmured. Okay. Song Qingshu agreed without hesitation. Seeing that he agreed so quickly, Huang Rong's heart flashed with a hint of disappointment. But because of this, she suddenly felt relieved. If he kept pestering her, she really wouldn't know what to do. Don't press against my stomach. Huang Rong suddenly whispered and pushed the man on top of her away. Then what should I do? Song Qingshu clearly didn't have this kind of experience and was at a loss for a moment. Huang Rong looked at him charmingly, then bit her lip and climbed up to kneel on the bed. She was much bolder than usual, like this. Be gentler. The man behind her let out a roar and held onto her waist as he leaned against her. The man's heavy breathing and the woman's sweet moans quickly rang out in the room. Because she thought that this was the last time she indulged, Huang Rong was no longer restrained by the usual etiquette. She very actively cooperated with the man behind her, constantly making her soul tremble. Bastard, how dare you defile my daughter like this? At this time, the door was suddenly smashed open, followed by Huang Yaosher's angry roar. Chapter 1461. Huang Rong's pretty face instantly turned red. She was shy and embarrassed. How could I have such a dream? Suddenly, she noticed that there was something strange about her thigh. She subconsciously reached out and touched it. It was sticky, making her wish that there was a hole to hide in. It's just a dream. Is there a need to be so emotional? Huang Rong's cheeks were burning at this time. She looked to the side guiltily. Fortunately, Song Qingshu was sleeping soundly and didn't notice her strangeness. She was slightly relieved. Her whole body was sticky and uncomfortable. Huang Rong wanted to take a bath first, but it was already late. Naturally, it was not convenient to ask the servants to prepare water. Moreover, as soon as she got up, she felt that her whole body was very weak. It seemed that everything in the dream had exhausted her strength. She had no choice but to lie down again. But after so many twists and turns, she couldn't fall asleep. She quietly looked at the side of the man beside her. For a moment, she couldn't help but be a little dazed. People say that what you think in the day, you dream at night. I dreamed of him. Is this the true thought in my heart? Impossible, this is absolutely impossible. Then Huang Rong spent the rest of her time in such a perturbed and struggling mood. The sky gradually became bright. When Song Qingshu opened his eyes, he was shocked to see Huang Rong's tired and listless eyes. Ronger, what's wrong with you? Huang Rong finally woke up from that muddle-headed state. Seeing Song Qingshu's face, the image of her taking the initiative to kneel in front of him appeared in her mind. Her face suddenly turned red again. No. Nothing. Song Qingshu reached out to touch her forehead and frowned. It's a little hot. You seem to be sweating a lot. Did you catch a cold after being drenched in the rain yesterday? No. Huang Rong's eyes flickered and said guiltily. Then she got up and put on her coat. She thought that she must ask the servants to prepare hot water for a bath. Otherwise, her body would be too uncomfortable. Worried that he would see something unusual, Huang Rong hurriedly said, "It's just that I was worried that you would do something improper last night, so I couldn't sleep." Song Qingshu couldn't help but smile bitterly. In your heart, am I so untrustworthy? Huang Rong snorted. Thinking of the dream she had last night, she became more and more irritated. Song Qingshu also got off the bed. After putting on his clothes, he ran to the window to take a look. He couldn't help but exclaim in joy, "The storm has actually stopped." Huang Rong was startled. The storm had come and gone suddenly. Based on her experience of growing up on the island, such storms would usually last for a few days. I have to take this opportunity to leave. Otherwise, when the storm comes again, I will be trapped here forever. Song Qingshu thought of how the southern Song dynasty was preparing for the northern expedition. There were too many things to arrange in the Jin kingdom, leaving him less and less time. Then I won't keep you. If it was yesterday, Huang Rong might have felt a little lost at such a hasty farewell. However, after that absurd dream last night, she didn't know how to face him now. She couldn't wait for him to leave so that she could calm down. Rong, take care of your pregnancy on the island. The Central Plains is very dangerous now. Don't go back for the time being. Song Qingshu thought of all the dangers Huang Rong had encountered during her pregnancy and couldn't help but remind her. Yes, I know. Huang Rong nodded absent-mindedly. At this moment, the melodious sound of a flute was suddenly heard not far away. Apparently, Huang Yaoshi had woken up. The two people in the room were shocked. I really have to go. If your father finds out that I spent the night in your room, it would be strange if he didn't fight me to the death. Song Qingshu hurriedly said. He could foresee that this kind of fight would be very unfair. The other party would risk his life to kill you, but you couldn't hurt him. Huang Rong was also a little flustered. She pushed him to the window at the back of the room and said, "Then go quickly. I won't keep you." Song Qingshu's figure flashed and jumped out. Just when Huang Rong was faintly disappointed, he showed his face again and said, "When I have time, I will come to Peach Blossom Island to see you." Huang Rong spat and said, "Who wants you to see me?" Song Qingshu laughed out loud and disappeared out of the window. Huang Rong walked to the window and looked in the direction in which he disappeared. For a moment, there was a somewhat complicated expression on her face. Rong I seem to hear a man's laughter in your room. At this moment, Huang Yaoshe pushed open the door and walked in. He looked around suspiciously. Huang Rong's heart jumped. She quickly turned around and squeezed out a trace of a smile. Father, how could there be a man's voice in my room? As she said this, she stealthily wiped away the footprints of Song Qinshu on the window sill. Is that so? Huang Yaoshe looked around but found nothing. Suddenly, he noticed Huang Rong's tired face. He could not help but be surprised and said, How come your complexion is worse than yesterday? I didn't sleep well last night. Huang Rong's face turned red. Of course, it was not convenient for her to tell him the real reason, so she could only explain, Maybe it's because I just came back, and I'm not used to it. While Huang Rong was having a battle of wits with her father, Song Qinshu had already arrived at the seaside. Yesterday, Huang Rong had explained to him the traps on the island, so the dense forest naturally could not stop him. When he arrived at the seaside, he found a pier. Presumably, it was used by the people of Peach Blossom Island when they left the island. The people on the island had many years of experience living on the sea, so they hid their boats in some hidden places, so they were not damaged by yesterday's storm. Song Qinshu pushed one of the boats into the sea, but suddenly he was in a bit of a dilemma. He tried the boat's sail and oars, but he could not control the strength of the boat. He could only spin in place. Do I have to go back to the island and find a mute servant to operate the boat? Song Qinshu was speechless. But in the end, he gave up the idea, mainly because he was worried that the mute servant would later reveal what happened today. At that time, Huang Rong's reputation would be damaged. Although the mute servant could not speak, he still had many ways to pass messages. Song Qinshu really could not kill him cold-bloodedly, so he had to give up the idea of looking for a mute servant. Humph, in the past, Dharma could cross the river on a reed. Can't I cross the sea on a boat? Song Qinshu's arrogance also rose. He simply did not use oars and sails, but directly drove the boat to leave the island with his internal strength. Fortunately, he had been in this world for many years, and with his previous experience of marching and fighting, he used all kinds of knowledge to determine the direction of the boat. Otherwise, if he got the direction wrong, no matter how strong his internal strength was, he would not be able to cross the Pacific Ocean. Fortunately, Peach Blossom Island was not far from the mainland. Song Qinshu found the right direction, and after a few hours, he finally landed on the shore. When he landed on the shore, he even had an illusion that the ground was shaking, and he could not help but look pale. I have to find a time to learn how to sail a boat. Otherwise, I will be like Jiumaji in the original work, who was skilled in martial arts but almost died in the water because of 2 little girls. That would be a tragedy. He found a farmer nearby and asked about the name of the place. Roughly estimating that it was not too far from Ningbo, he went all the way to the northwest, and finally entered Shanin City when it was getting dark. It seems that the murder in Shun Yuan had a big impact. The number of soldiers at the gate is several times more than usual. The reason why Song Qinshu returned to this place was because this was the only way he could go north, and also because he had promised Lu Wushuang that he would come back to see her. As the saying goes, he would rather betray the world than the beauty. How could he bear to let a little girl be sad and disappointed? At this time, Lu Wushuang was in a daze in her room, and she kept muttering to herself, Brother Song, will you come back to see me? I have delayed it for so long, I have to leave tomorrow no matter what. She and Cheng Ying had agreed to continue saving her best friend Shin Bijuan, and they should have left a long time ago, but Lu Wushuang remembered the promise Song Qinshu made before he left, so she kept finding all kinds of reasons to not leave. Cheng Ying had no choice but to leave first, and let her catch up later, so she could stay in Shanin City for a few more days. But in the past 2 days, Lu Wuxuang had received many messages from her cousin, and she knew she could not delay it any longer. She decided to meet up with her cousin first thing in the morning. Maybe he has already forgotten about me, Lu Wuxuang said in self-pity. Who has forgotten about you? At this time, she suddenly heard a familiar voice. Lu Wuxuang turned around in disbelief, and was stunned to see the man she had been thinking about day and night sitting on the window. Brother Song? Lu Wuxuang called out with some uncertainty. Wuxuang, I made you wait for a long time. Seeing her slightly red and swollen eyes, Song Qinshu said with pity. Brother Song. After confirming that she was not dreaming, Lu Wuxuang could no longer hold it in, and excitedly threw herself into his arms, and began to cry. With a warm and fragrant body in his arms, Song Qinshu gently patted the girl's back to comfort her, but suddenly his expression became a bit strange. He didn't know if it was because of the oyster he ate last night, or because of Huang Rong's stimulation, but he was now extremely sensitive, and the girl's body instantly reacted. Lu Wuxuang clearly also realized something, and with a coquettish grunt, her body became even more soft. Seeing that the atmosphere in the room was becoming more and more ambiguous, Song Qingshu's ears suddenly twitched, and with a serious expression, he looked outside the room. Someone is coming. Lu Wuxuang was startled. At this time, there were gradually noises coming from outside. She opened the window a little, and saw a group of bailiffs walking over. Brother Song, you should hide for a while. Lu Wuxuang was after all a virgin, and if people found out that she was secretly meeting with a man in her room, she would be too ashamed to see anyone. Song Qinshu nodded. His identity was sensitive, and it was indeed not appropriate to meet with the officials of the southern Song dynasty. Not long after he hid, the door was pushed open from the outside. The leader had an oval face, red phoenix eyes, and a beautiful appearance. It was the eldest daughter of the Xue family, Xue Baochai. Why is she here? Hidden in the dark, Song Qinshu was very puzzled. Soon, Xue Baochai's words dispelled his doubts. Miss Lu, we suspect that you have something to do with the Xin family extermination case, and we hope that you will come with us. Lu Wuxuang had not yet recovered from the joy she had just experienced, and when she heard the bad news, she could not help but be startled. What did you say? I hope that Miss Lu will forgive us, Xue Baochai said lightly. The Imperial City Department has accepted the Xin family extermination case, and after a period of investigation, we have finally found some clues. On the night of the incident, someone saw you and your cousin rushing in the direction of the Xin family, and I specifically asked the servant girls in your residence. That night, you and your cousin did not return, so you are a major suspect. Nonsense, Lu Wuxuang had always been straightforward, and immediately retorted, my cousin and I went to investigate the case of Bijuan's disappearance. Besides, Bijuan is our good friend, why would we harm her family? You're tuning in to the Phoenix Nights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.